So, can I count on you to keep me in line?
Yo hey go my cheered. X100. Deshay, you magnificent bastard.
Hail and well met, fellow adventurers. Welcome back. Happy Monday. Hope you're all doing well. Tonight, we're going to be playing some more Esoteric Ebb. I forget exactly where we left off, though, but I think we're exploring under the city, if I remember right. Yeah. Hello, Yohei. Hello, Rory. Yohei, thank you so much for the 100 bits. If you need to go get some rest, by all means, please do so. As I was typing that, I just imagine what you were thinking. I didn't mean to pull you from the shadows. Hello, Ada. Hail and well met. It did. It did get a reaction.
We're going streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Woo! Come on! We're streaking!
Bubbler, thank you so much for the 160 stream streak. Appreciate that. I was like, I'm honestly honored and a bit excited that he would call me out like that. And yet, now it's on. Oh no. Oh no, what have I started? Such devastation was not my intention.
Yo hey go my cheered. X100. Someone's on fire tonight.
Ah, yo, hey. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Ah, yes, we're in the mushroom area underneath the city. We just arrived. Oh, that's right. And we had a little side adventure inside of a tomb where we had to fight off a bunch of skeletons. So now we're trying to figure out what the heck is going on. What's this? A bronze shield. Adds dexterity and shield left by one of the predecessors of what is today Norvik. A cat-like eye is displayed on the front, and as you wield it, there's a whisper in your ears. It says something like, "O si de resguardarte, camarada, on cuando eres bien pelon." I apologize to any Portuguese speakers. I believe that's Portuguese. Terrible. I am so sorry. Hey Rune, how's it going? Thanks for the compliment. Appreciate that. There's a weird bubble here. Something there. Behold. Something's frozen. Look at all these little boys. Apples. Oh boy. Got the Mog emoji back. Hell yeah. What is this? What am I walking into? Oh, it's so cold. Frozen Sprout, the blizzard rages around you. Whoa, this shit's like some kind of esoteric event. Success, obviously. Why is it snowing, Snell? You tell me, you're the expert. Your goblin companion holds up an arm to protect his vision. Don't stay in this thing too long, cleric. Cold bites at the cracks in your armor. Little nibbles. Snell is correct. This temperature is unfortunate for mortal flesh. The angel floats gently amidst the raging snow. She appears unaffected by the cold. He rubs his exposed arms. God damn it, this esoteric bullshit. Look around. You notice midst frozen moss and broken Fade era ruins, a thing. The shape is vaguely humanoid, a small creature. A mushroom thing. Try... move it. You grab the surface of this thing, but you cannot. Not heavy, but stern. Okay. Alright. Let's spend a little bit of time... Ooh, weather the cold? Probably not. You kneel down in the snow, taking a closer look at the central figure. Ow. Yeah, okay, sorry, the goblin motors turns to leave. I'll support you in spirit from over here. Snell is correct in his assessment, cleric. But I see the esoteric pocket has caught your attention. If you need it, I will assist. You see her armor rattling slightly in the blizzard. It's hardly visible, but she is cold. It's cold. Ooh. The pain! Feel drained? Do not linger. Figure it out. Cast Druidcraft? I've already got Druid. Hey, Michaela. We are people on fire, and why did no one wait for me to light said fires? Nat 20. Hell yeah. Of course. It's obvious as... It's as obvious as the Praxis formula. You have real-world lightning people on fire skills. Lighting people on fires. That's true. You do. You can help warm us up. Let's see. Look around. Then stare at the frozen mushroom man. It's an esoteric pocket born out of a curse. The creature is cursed. Freezing curse? It could very well have been a simple cold spell that reacted with the primal strings of the area. Either way, yes, freezing curse. How do let's see. Well, who cast the spell? Could be a rogue spellcaster or the fungal creature found a spell scroll and misfired it, but more realistically, an ice troll caused it. Why is it in a biome pocket then? Chaotic interactions. Wizards have attempted to control them from eras, and then wield them. If you figure out why this particular interaction spawned a biome pocket and not a one rule pocket or a spawn pocket, then you will be a greater arcanist than all those who came before. How do I break it? Heat! Oh, yes, it's quite simple. The pocket is clearly unstable and focused entirely on the mushroom creature. Simply heat it up a bit and the pocket will fail. That simple. Yes. Heating up a fellow creature to save it. A truly romantic idea. The chill. It burns already. Okay. Druidcraft. With your hand placed on the surface of the flash-frozen creature, you whisper to the primal forces, rest no more, rise with the sun. A mild message received clearly. Mild message. A heat springs up from the ground, right into him. Bit by bit, the mushroom shivers, then twitches, then moves. An esoteric tingle. You blink and it's gone. The heat you brought to it causes the esoteric cold to cease. Hey! The blizzard suddenly stops in the blink of an eye, as if the aggressive snowstorm was but an illusion. There it is. The end of the pocket. Well done. You've done a great service here. Oh, damn. Great job, you hear the goblin call out as he walks up to you. Oh shit, it's a mushroom. Moving mushroom. And then moves back. Way back. Snell does not like mushrooms in any form. The angel, however, floats in closer, looking at the tiny mushroom man, now shivering on the ground. Stare at the mushroom man before you. Brr. You okay, little buddy? Brr. Brr. The mushroom man raises his head. You see a tiny mouth underneath the cap. Shakes as he says again, Brr. You must be very cold. We noticed you were in trouble, he says, while keeping a healthy distance. The goblin does not want to approach. Fungal folk thing stares at you. Let's see. Cast comprehend languages, right? Yes. Okay. Are you able to... Let's see. Wait. Turn to Etier. Do you speak mushroom? The mushroom man says burr as Etier ever floats ever so gently. He is afraid, she explains, then places a hand upon your shoulder. There is a gift to be granted, cleric. It will help. Burr. Gift? Sounds great. Lay it on me. She moves back and does not say anything. Are you able to speak normally? Or... You are. We, the goblins, sorry, the cleric here is the one who helped you out. There, you happy? Oh, right. You're scared of mushrooms. I'm not scared per se, perchance. You cannot just say perchance. I have nothing against fungal folk type people or anything like that. Your mother had to take her dog to the vet this morning for shots. She was able to pick up your cat's ashes, saving me from a 45-minute round trip drive. That would have been the most miserable 45 minutes I've had in a long time. Yeah. And I have children. Oh. Do you have like a little pet cemetery out behind your house? That's what my parents have. Like 5 or 6 headstones out there. As he speaks, he keeps moving slightly further away. I feel like this is some type of mental aversion we need to discuss at some points now. I feel not that way. I do not feel like we do. He glances at the mushroom man. You do the talking, okay? He points at you two. Pull your weight, and so on. Etir nods. She allows him to have a moment of weakness. How kind. Angel will be enough to handle it. The mushroom man looks around the still frozen grass until he finds a snow-covered bulb. He lifts it up, shaking it clean. As he does, it lights up. He gives you the tiny item. An ion stone of insight. It's heavy in your hand despite its small size. Oh my. An ion stone. How? It was in the grass. Oh shit. That is a very powerful magic item. Yes, the ion stone was responsible for this prolonged esoteric pocket. Though something else must have initialized it. I know what it is. Nod and accept. Little mushroom man then waddles past you, walking away from the still frosty area. Alright, bye. He seems to walk around the corner into the nearby ruins. Your angel companion sends you a quick message. He said, see you around. Okay, cool. Yeah, see you around. Okay. Brian's gonna pick out an urn for her. I've had pets pass away before, and it's been sad. This cat had been part of our lives for so very long. Gotcha. Ow. Some hit points back. Alright, let's look at the Ion Stone. +3 Wisdom? Whoa! A legendary magic item, probably produced during an arcane era. It's got the markings of old Demorian craft. Floats around your head as you walk. Okay, let's go with...
I haven't stolen anything. Yet.
So many good things to wield here. Why are we spelling out horrors for Yohei? Did he think you said horrors? I just assumed he would think that. I had a funny thought, so I just went with it. How you doing, Duke? It's amazing how tired you get working from home when people don't answer your emails or phone calls. Ancient shrine? Ah. Prepare spells. Yes. Definitely want plus. Comprehend languages. Cure wounds. Animals. Skin. Fuck. Speak dead. Yes. Crusader's mantle. Alright. Cool. Ooh, that's a big lobster. We can have a chat with him. The mushroom man greets you with a slight tilt of his large cap. It then rattles out a quiet noise from its mouth, while Snell keeps his distance. Waiting for your chicken pot pie to bake for dinner. Nice! Excellent. Were you able to stay focused? Working from home? The mushroom man clearly gestures for you to come closer. He appears to have something for you. Comprehend languages. The twitching and rattling coming out of his mouth gradually morphs into something else more tangible. A word. The mushroom man will share with you something profound, something to unite your two cultures into one whole, unified peoples. A message of peace. What's up? Hello there. I saw a spell. You are good at stringular manipulation. The words are slightly garbled through the magic. You must get better at this. I am Cocoloro no Momo no Rosso. Alright. I was fine this morning, but lost track in the afternoon. That's fair. I'm sorry, can you read that? Try to fix the spell. You are unsure if this is the spell or simply a fungal thing. He shakes his head. You may call me Burr. That is what meat walkers like yourself say. Although it would be little different from me calling you Chushu, for that is what your speech sounds like to me. But it is convenient. We do not parley with you often, so a name based on the sound will do. Okay. Chushu. Sorry, I ramble. I want to thank you for saving me from the curse of Gorgalash. I owe you my life. No problem. I will gladly assist you in any way. Okay. Tell me about Gorgalash. The Aska King. A horrid word, a curse word. He is a bane upon the shadowy depths, the murky fungal valley that is my home. Coco it is, yeah, right? So he's a bad guy. Blackbird. He's the worst. For decades, he has roamed the Great Tunnel and its splits, taking what he wants. As all trolls do. A troll? Yes, across the river. That's bad. He nods his cap several times. The troll spreads his frozen curse wherever he goes. Fortune favors us, for he is without his tribe, but once he was driven from the surface. Oh, he was driven from the surface. By one of your people, yes. Do not worry, we do not hold you responsible for the actions of a monster. If your avatar had not slain his tribe, then the tribe would have eventually spread down here either way. Coco is your parents' dog's name? Oh, wow. A quest? Get very intrigued. I am here to make sure the troll does not descend into the fungal valley. But in my attempts to scout, I made a mistake and was ambushed. I do not remember much, but the troll most certainly caught me with a bolt of ice. How it triggered such an esoteric effect, I know not. Let's see. It was an esoteric curse triggered by the ice bolt, I assume. Yes, it seems so. It could be as much as that Iron Stone was involved. I am unsure. That's true. They are known to cause all manner of trouble when involved in esoteric situations. Let's see. We must vanquish this troll. Mushroom Man looks around nervously. That would be beyond my dreams, friend. If you do that, your name will be written on the walls of the valley itself. 2 cans in a row? Wait, you got a toucan? I'll see myself out. You fished up a toucan? No. I thought about doing it. I was like, that doesn't deserve it. Oh, gosh. Make it out as a local friendly druid of Norvik. There we go. Oh, okay, will do. So humble. The folk of the valley will remember such bravery. Let's see, you live down here? No, or perhaps yes, for now. My quest has brought me far, but I will eventually return to the Fungal Valley. But I do not wish to permanently live here in Upper Hollow Ridge. It is a landscape filled with far too many horrors for my taste. Ah. So, let's see. So this is Upper Hollow. Yes, it is. It is the region underneath your city, yes? Not many of my kind live here for clear reasons. You have family in the Fungal Valley. My core crevice is not large. They are 13 and 20. Your crevice? I have 13 offspring and 20 comrades of my strain. Fungal folk generally reproduce asexually. How boring. Charisma. Stability. We live in large collectives, or families, as you say. Let's see, just like... that's a lot of kids and siblings. I believe my kind have different ways of life than your own. I have heard you live in smaller collections and raise children very slowly. That sounds annoying, but also wonderful in some ways. I don't envy you, but I respect your way of life. Alright. Let's see. Interesting. Let me ask you something else. Or wait. Hive mind. Some fungal tribes are still. Mine is not. We are sedentary and individualistic. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Let me ask you something else. Do you know Nessun? Yes, I know her well. We worked together at a time down at the Undercoast. She is a lovely woman and a great druid. I owe her a lot. That's all for now. Have a good one, Mushroom Man. Okay, bye. Well, if we're gonna deal with an ice troll, we're gonna need some fire. Otherwise, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble when we're crossing into his territory.
Morning! Nice day for fishing, ain't it?
Uh-oh. Nat Pagel's here. Oh, God. Speaking of ice troll. Oh, boy. That's freaking awesome with that. Yeah, I used the Viva La Dirt League sound effect. I should probably get some spells back before we do anything else. Second level. Okay. I hear beholders make a lovely fire when set ablaze. Oh, and he's got a prisoner. Yeah, let's see what happens. It's back facing the pillar of drawer, a creature right out of every kid's nightmare. It's got fungus on it. A troll. A frost troll, to be precise. Horrid creature. Sleeping like a damn babe. Your bloodline pulses within your veins, shying away from its headsman. Your goblin companion stares slack-jawed at the beast. The angel keeps a hand on the hilt of her sword. There is a cage next to the pillar. Something inside is moving, but you'll need to get closer to investigate. Oh boy. Strange side note, one of my dad's greatest figures he ever painted was a frost troll. It was a beauty and it was massive. Warhammer figure? Oh, nice. The shop he did it for put it in their front window. One day someone broke the window and that troll was the only item stolen. Oh. I mean, that's kind of bittersweet. I guess we try to sneak past. Do we try to sneak past or we try to be polite? What should we try, chat? He was somewhere between flattered and confused. It was like, I guess it was good then. Yeah, exactly, Yohei. I saved right before we encountered. Clear your throat and speak politely. Good morning, troll. The troll slowly opens its horrifying eyes and turns to you. Kavir Kath. Kavath? He stirs, leaning forward. Kavar! You see a rage building. Let him know you're here to kill him in a polite way. I said good morning, troll. Troll looks at you like he can't believe his eyes. This poor creature. A cleric. Oh, I have waited so long. Uh-oh. Sounds like it's gonna be battle. Maybe we should have tried to sneak past. 3-on-1, this isn't fair. He roars. Your bones are loose sludge. Thanks for shouting out, Brent. How are you doing, Brent? long to crush one of his little soldiers. Oh. Yeah, he really wants to kill you. Shit. Well, hell. Your goblin companion is already acting. He loads his stone into a sling and shoots it, already breathing heavily. He's afraid. It crunches into the troll's kneecap, blowing the skin off and causing him to waver. You have awoken King Gorgalash. Quake, wretch, for your doom is come. He pulls back a giant leg, then kicks it forward with another roar. Ow. Nails piercing like a wave of spears. You try your best to shake off the impact, but damn! Earth destroyed nearly all the trolls in the realm. This Gorgalash reigned as the last king of Ascani alongside Jotmel Bergsdottir. To think he has been alive all this time, how pathetic. You will finish the job Earth began. Charge! You stand tall in front of the troll. Molehill defying the mountain. Act now! Astonishingly foolish, you cannot defeat a troll with brute force alone. Sorcery was invented for moments like these. Your flesh is shaking. The troll got kneecapped. You woke him up. Just try to calm him down. Try to calm him down. You hold up your hands up in front of you, showing him open palms. Body language first. Trolls hate humans, yes, but their hate for humans is born out of fear. Apologies. Calm, I come in peace, offering penance and apology for my forebears. A softness enters the troll's eyes for a moment. His posture relaxes, then it hardens again. He's calmer, yes, but he's still going to try to kill you. The angel holds her blade out above her head and puts her offhand in front of her. Troll! Her voice is carried in a loud telepathic wave, attracting his attention. A dazzling burst of light pops from her fingers as the troll turns his head. He winces and covers his eyes with both hands. This fight is heating up. Focus, focus! The angel sends a message to Snell, motioning at her many eyes. Attack its eyes. Snell tosses his hair out of his eyes and looks up to Gorgalash's face. With sweat flying off his brow and his lightning fast sling, the goblin fires a shot at the troll's face. It hits his left eye with a loud smack. There we go, direct hit. The troll roars in pain and anger. Non-violence is going to be difficult now. Yes. The troll leans forward, hate in his eyes. He swipes at you with jagged claws at a manic pace, belying his size. And then we're done. Tears your flesh into bloody strips. Yeah. Alright. Well, I guess we should try to sneak. Okay. Let's see, what do we do? Leroy Jenkins? Sneak! Yeah. Troll, Angel, and Goblin versus the Cleric. Not fair at all. Haha. Could end poorly? Yeah, he's like sound asleep, right? What's the worst that could happen? Try to sneak. Nat 20! Fuck yeah! One step after another, you carefully wander up to the hulking beast. Hey, here's an idea. Just a sneaky little thought. You know that movable rod you've carried around for some time now and not really used for anything? Put it on its foot, like underneath. Dastardly. And esoterically correct. It will function as a wonderful trap. Oh. Put it under the foot. You attach the movable rod to the troll's foot without him noticing. It's basically a little nail to him, isn't it? But even a tiny nail can be as painful as all hells. Yeah, that's true. Check out the cage. Oh, it's Frank, son of Frank. You see a human in a cage silently standing behind the bars while gesticulating wildly. The yellow-clad man is attempting to convey the word help. Ah, yes, this is him. Your so-called Frank, son of Frank. Whisper, hey there. The man in yellow carefully tells you in a very silent tone the troll is scared of Earth. Use that, good fellow. Oh yeah, I can do that. Okay. You see the man in the cage give you a very bright smile, almost too bright. Look back to Etier. The angel nods to you. I am ready when you are. Look to Snell. Your goblin companion nervously gives you a thumbs up. He's ready to go. Right. I'm gonna go ahead and put bark skin on. How do I attack a sleeping troll, like, practically? Good question. Getting closer to him would likely wake him up before you can get a hit in. Best choice here would simply be to attempt to break a toe. Yes, you're guaranteed a success on that, while casting spells always carries an element of risk. Break one of the troll's toes! Now, close enough to smell the troll's rank odor, you reach forward and clutch the troll's pinky toe. Twist it! You grab it and give it a mighty twist. You hear a resonating snap, like the first log in a house to crack before the collapse. The troll's eyes burst open as he bellows in rage. The angel brings her sword down into the troll's thigh as he scrambles to get up. Snell whips a stone into the side of the troll's thick skull. A handful of bone fragments spray into the pillar, leaving behind shredded skin and blood. Surprise round. Check. This poor creature. A cleric. Oh, I've waited so long. As he stomps his left foot down, the movable rod makes direct contact with the rocky ground. The rod instantly becomes stiff, no longer attached to the bottom of the troll's foot. Instead, it anchors to the ground, staying perfectly still and pierces straight through its flesh. Grah! The troll roars as the movable rod implants itself deeply within his clawed foot, rivulets of blood spilling across the ground. Troll blood, a highly esoteric substance. You can see it mutate upon the ground. Don't look at the blood, look at the damn troll! Oh. Yeah, he really wants to kill you. Shit. Destruction. Roll initiative. Nat 1, hell yeah. That's us. Your angel companion takes the initiative. The angel holds her blade above her head and puts her offhand in front of her. Troll! Her voice is carried in a loud telepathic wave, attracting his attention. A dazzling burst of light pops from her fingers as the troll turns his head. He winces and covers his eyes with both hands.
Have I never seen a basilisk? Ate jellied ham? Have I never licked a lamppost in winter?
You have awoken King Gorgalash. Quake, wretch! Licked a lamppost in winter. Yeah. For your doom has come! He pulls back a giant leg, then kicks it forward with another roar. Yeah, we only took 5 damage because of bark skin. Nails piercing like a wave of spears. You try your best to shake off the impact, but damn! Earth destroyed. Yep. Okay, finish the job. He loads a stone. He's afraid. It crunches into the troll's kneecap, blowing the skin off and causing him to waver. You stand in front. Molehill defying mountain. You cannot defeat a troll. Sorcery was invented. Your flesh is shaking. Okay. Well, we can try to tackle his leg, which is a DC -1. We can't fail this. So you rush forward into the troll's leg, arms up, you push, he wavers, you shove, he wobbles, then all at once you body slam his leg, he stumbles backward, twisting his ankle at an unnatural angle, roaring in pain. I could fail double ones. You're right. You're right. There is a way to fail. Just highly unlikely. Except knowing my luck. This fight is heating up. Focus! The angel brandishes a sword, leaps, and swipes at the troll's neck. But the troll has recovered from Etir's blinding attack. Inhumanly fast, the troll twists, grabbing her out of the air and slams her full length into the ground. Etir! Etir's left on her back, crushed against the ancient stone. She is moving, but very hurt. You cannot hold back any longer. You must win this! The troll lumbers up into a standing position, rage in his eyes. He's still off balance from being tackled, so when he swipes at you with his claws, you dodge most of it. But one claw connects and leaves a gash down your side. The angel sends a message to Snell, motioning at her mini eyes. Attack its eyes! Snell tosses his hair out of his eyes and looks up at the face. Sweat flying off his brow, fires a shot at the troll's face and hits the left eye with a loud smack. There we go, direct hit. The troll roars in pain and anger. One of your BG3 playthroughs, I nat 1 to saving Shadowheart from the pod in the beginning. Oh my gosh. Non-violence is going to be difficult now. Yes! Focus! Consider your options. You cannot crush its skull. It's far. It is too far. Therefore, crush his toes! So figure out a non-violent way to end this. I don't think it's going to happen. Run around him and reposition. Or stomp his toes. I feel like this is silly. Trying to do physical attacks against a troll with no fire. We have no source of fire.
Oh, great. Banana! Alright. Stomp his toes. A massive target has its pros and cons. It's easier to hit, but it's harder to hurt. You have to be precise. And make sure... Shut up! Stomp! You stomp! Your boot crushes through the thick troll hide. You feel his bone break beneath your brutal blow. The troll screams in fury. Possible paths are closing off in this fight. Soon it'll be all or nothing. The angel uses her sword to hoist herself up from her spot in the dirt. She moves forward in a disciplined advance, swinging her sword precisely along invisible lines drilled into her over millennia. Her swipes come to cut at the troll's leg. The kingly beast roars in response, swatting wildly at both you and Etir. The troll reaches towards you with one hand. It feels like a slow attack. You step to the side, but... Master, look up! You notice too late the beast moving forward. His foot is coming to you, fast as a missile. Oh no. Comes down on you like a hammer on an anvil. You cannot resist the force. Can't resist it. What do you guys think? Do we be flattened or try not to be flattened? I guess try not to. The rough underside crushes your entire being in an instant.
You cannot do anything. It is an impossible weight, and you get crushed against the ancient stone. I failed. Again, yes. Another sacrifice for the pavement, or the gravel road 30 feet down the lane. Blood pooling into the gutters, people forming a crowd all around, a spectacle of human achievement, a fight against the most fearsome beast of Ascani. Ended in an instant. You saw when it happened, when the troll awoke from mud and stone, when its claws clashed against the thatched roof of the neighbor hovel. Excuse me. Father was not the first to grab a pike. He was not the last. He was one of many brave men. I remember the sound. Which one? I remember all of it. You were there for it all. The sight etched onto the inside of your eyelids. The sight of humanity being snuffed out by those wretched creatures, each deserving of complete annihilation. On the gravel road, 30 feet down the lane, Mother did not speak with you about it. Not once. I never asked. You never asked. That is what a man does. He grabs a pike and goes to face the roaring troll. He gets his bones embedded into the pavement, over and over and over again, until the heavens open up to the earth, and the hells spills their guts on your doorstep. Until the last man takes his last breath on the last day of existence. Until you die, you will pick up the pike. Jolt awake, mangled, bruised. You watch as a tear, the strange woman pushes herself to her limit to lift the troll's foot off your crushed body. Your armored guardian angel pushes the entire leg away. Keep fighting! Ow! Dying. A familiar scent wafts near you. Musk, death, life, life, death. Spores. Look to the side. Not far away, you see the mushroom man. He is waving his staff. Spores surrounding him in a thick cloud. You feel as your drum beat of blood, slow and frail, becomes the sturdy rhythm of a march again. Oh, we got healed! Green suffuses you. Your bones are mending. A healing spell cast through the primal. Brrr. You've got support! Hell yeah. Get up. Gods bless this little man. You live? Bones cracked and soul returned. Yes. You live. The troll lets out cackling laughter. I crush you, yet you stand? Cockroach! You're lucky the angel's strong as shit. Snell yells, loading another bullet. Now keep fighting! We can take him! The goblin sits at a safe distance and launches another stone at the troll. It smacks him in the face this time, just to the side of his other eye. You insolent pests! It is time. Commit to something. Grab him! Yes, you need to commit, but not to an actual plan. Figure it out. Now. You know the solution already. Bullies are cowards and trolls are no exception. His fear of your god is his one defining feature, the thing that's chased him in the darkness down here for decades. Oh. Pretend to be Earth and intimidate? Oh shit. We've come back from the dead. We have thaumaturgy. We shattered his toe. We twisted his toe. Yes. Intimidate the troll. Let's do it. You pull all of your might into your posture and stand with divine grace, despite the blood caked on you. You enhance the volume of your voice and speak with a rumble that dwarfs even the troll's voice. You desperately try to hold together your meager kingdom. I need not try, for I know it is mine, and so I reclaim it. What? You are a violent creature, undeserving of my mercy. You are no... Excuse me. You call yourself a king? I am a god. You think your size protects you? Know this. You are but a tree grown in my path to be chopped down. No, no. And now I lift my axe. The troll's anger turns to totally blind, panicked fury. He has terrified the poor thing, but this is the only way you can end this without more death. Also, it was sick. You killed it. This is when it ends. The angel creates a sphere of light that scalds the eyes to behold. She hurls it at the troll and it explodes in dazzling splendor, searing his flesh and earning a wail of pain. End this now, cleric. The bloody troll flails at you with his immense bulk and deadly claws. He connects again and again and again and again. Your vision darkens and narrows. Despite being visibly panicked and tired, the goblin whips another stone at the troll's head. It cracks him right above his eyes. Your companion is on fire. Hells yeah, Snell. The goblin gives you a curt nod. This is it. This is everything. This is a time for divinity. Call on Earth. Remember the chance. Alright. What should we do, chat? Do we push him towards the cliff or channel Earth? Channel Earth, done. Almost failed. Kinda. Well, never mind. We have a +8, I guess. You lift your head up and try to find within you that delicate yet omnipresent connection to Earth. Seek divine strings. It is there. You draw it into yourself like you're siphoning from an ocean. It fills you up. You burst at the seams with divine power. Troll! The kingly troll looks around, his face twisted in a pure panic. No! No! Be gone. You will not get me, no! He's trying to hobble away. He lunges forward. No! No! Now's your chance. Don't let him get away! This is the end. Focus on a steady mind. It is time to take this evil down. Take him. Break him! Become the troll slayer you were always meant to be. Rush up behind the troll. I am the king of Ascani! I am! Now is your moment. Your god is watching. Every god is watching. Strike down the beast. Finish what Earth started. Tackle him. And over he goes. You hear his roar fade into the rushing water below. With that, it's over. Thank you, Yohei. Look down. To make sure the fading, echoing yell of the beast means he actually went all the way down to his doom. Big leader Gorgolash has fallen down to the gravity flip. That means the troll has a 1 in 20 chance of survival. Let's hope. Gorgolash is heavily damaged and should be stuck in the gravity flip beneath this ridge. It is most likely dead. Take a step back from the edge. A shaky breath leaves your chest. I can't believe it. That wasn't just a regular troll either, was it? No, it was not. Etir cleans her bloodied blade with a singe of radiant light. On the ground, just off the edge of the chasm, you see the only proof left behind by the beast. A tooth. Tusk. It's called a tusk. A troll king grabbed the tusk, a vestige of an earlier, more brutal era. Well done, both of you. I'm just happy I'm alive. Snell puts his sling away. You take any hits, Snell? No, nothing. You and Atir tanked those hits all by your lonesomes. Speaking of which, how are you holding up? You took some pretty nasty blows. I'm okay. I cure wounds or two, and I'm always back to normal. I know your healing magic's strong, but still. The goblin turns to Atir, who is floating near the edge. And what about you? I am fine. You see traces on her armor from where the troll grabbed her before slamming her into the ground. You sure, Atir? I can heal you if you need it. She holds up a palm. No, do not waste your spell slots. I will recuperate. She swings her sword, clearing it of troll blood. An embarrassing mistake on my part to let him grab me. It has been many years since I fought against such a foe. You did great, Atir. Don't worry about it. I am not worrying, she says, sheathing her blade, but thank you. She floats closer to you. I am happy you did not die. Same. Her many eyes then move to Snell. Wonderful sling attack, Snell. Thanks. If neither of you require any more rest, I suggest we investigate the man in the cage. Go check out the cage. Alright. Woo! What a fight. So we got a troll tooth. Quickly regenerates HP over time? Quickly? How quickly? Like if I put this on right now, will it start regenerating? Man, it's probably like takes minutes or whatever. First, we gotta loot this place. Oh yeah, potion of healing, a bottle of milk. A bottle of milk. Okay, as you approach the cage, you hear a faint voice inside. Ahem, won't you help me out of here, good fellow? On the ground you see a key. Aye, troll dropped it. It's for the cage, of course. Yes, it must have fallen off the troll during the fight. What do you know about the tea shop? Who are you? Clearly I am but a man in need of a great savior. You think I should open it still? Yeah, I think you should. The dragon slain, time to save the damsel. You hear a laugh from inside the cage. A damsel, eh? I'll take it. Now, please. Do you have an opinion, here? No. Got yourself a whole council out there, eh? Gotta get everyone's approval, I see. That's okay. I'm not exactly dying in here, but I would appreciate it if you get me out of the cage. Right. As it opens, you watch a well-dressed and surprisingly not so scuffed man step out. Ah, yes. This Prince Meriadoc Moonwatch? Sorry, what now? Who's this? A famous family of revolutionaries in Reeds. They were one of the few powerful houses that managed to brand themselves as non-magocrats, and were thus both spared and in some sense revered. Freedom. The sweetest nectar of any band. This is Yes, this is a merchant prince, specifically the Moonwatch heir. You've heard of him. Are you Meriadoc Moonwatch? The one and only. The fancy free strider flashes you a series of pearly white teeth. Allow me to properly introduce myself. He bows deeply. Hola, Hassan. Salve, amis. Hello and greetings. He bows forward in a deep, performative motion. My name is Meriadoc Moonwatch, great merchant prince of reeds. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, and quite honestly, a much bigger pleasure to be rescued by you. He looks to the goblin and immediately holds out a hand, presenting it his palm. You must be a local tribal member. Great to meet you. He looks at the hand for a beat too long. Technically, yes. He shakes the human's hand. I'm Snell. Ah, of course, Meriadoc says, returning a limp shake. Showing one's palm is quite the ironic visual for such a wealth-focused ideology. You must be the city angel I've heard so much about. He bows his head before your celestial companion. Zian Dobry. Yes, to you too. Although I'll admit, I've only picked up a few words of celestial during my travels in Divini Torum. Let's see. Let's see. I've heard about you, a Rhodesian author, right? That's it. He lifts his head even higher to proclaim a single question. And who might you be? Why, I'm a druid of Norvik, great primal magic caster, and so on. Wow, what a mix-up. Love it. He claps his hands together. You, my good fellow, have just saved a top-ranking member of the Free Strider Revolution. So, now, let us get down to business. What can a son of Freethazen help you with? Anything you need? Convince him to pay you a lot of crowns? Let's see. Is this the guy that dropped the yellow hat? Most likely, yes. Hand over the fancy yellow hat. Oh! Well, you look at that. It's yours, I assume. It is indeed! I must have lost it at some point. I did get in quite the hurry. He reaches into one of his collected packs and pulls out a book. This is the least I could give you in return. A signed limited edition copy of Beyond Reeds. He hands it over to you with gusto. Thanks. I try to infuse my writing with Free Strider ideals, and it's proven quite popular across the coast. Hopefully it's a sign of the times of Gia's good fortune to come. Sounded a bit more like Slavic. It could have been. Could be. He smiles and puts on his fancy yellow hat. It sadly does not suit him. We will continue imagining him without the hat. Gods, I love this hat. I've been on a lot of adventures, you know. Anyway, questions I can help you with. So why are you here? Great question. I'm on a covert expedition, you see. Expedition? Yes! I'm on a journey to document the experience of the esoteric wonders beneath your city of Norvik. Meaning the maze of the water temple, the depth of the fungal valley, and of course, the great undercoast path itself. Oh. You don't have stuff like... You don't have stuff like that in Reeds? How long have you been here, then? Just a few days, I'm afraid. I'm currently writing my next book called A Free Strider's Guide to Askin. But writing a travel book about a place you've never even visited sounds a bit silly, doesn't it? Quite the thing, this job of mine. I used my trusty collection of spells to make my way down, some invisibility, some detect magic, some charm person. Following the directions I bought from an old retired cleric, a recommended source, I found the hidden path down from the Tolstad tunnels. Easy trip. Surprised me, really. Let's see, who did you cast Charm Person on? No, we know who that is. He charmed the guard, the goblin. Oh, what's her name? Not Furbog. What's the word I'm looking for? Anyways. My D&D nerds. There's a goblin. What's there's a kind of hobgoblin. Is it a hobgoblin? Is that it? No. Bugbear. That's what I was trying to think of. The bugbear upstairs that's guarding the way down here. We know he cast Charm Person on her. I don't know that I need to worry about that. Well, I guess we can ask them all because there's a move on. Okay. A bugbear named Moongor. There we go. Lovely lady, but she more or less forced my hand. You know a fair amount of spells. He stretches a bit, looking uncomfortable. It's not something I like to advertise, but yes, I've been trained since I was a lad. As you might imagine, the horrors of magocracy make magic a less than desirable skill among free-city leaders of all kinds. Tell me about the old retired cleric? Of course, a fellow named Boris. He lives with a monkey. A what? A gorilla, to be precise. Ape, I suppose, his roommate. I'm not entirely sure why I mentioned it, but it just seems like the most natural point of interest about Boris's character. I was recommended to him as a source of information about delving and Norvikian navigation. He's apparently served as a cleric here for over 40 years. Hell's a gorilla. Again, it's a very interesting detail, but I suggest meeting with him yourself if you want to know more. He looks away from Boris. Yes, a lovely fellow. You've heard his name at some point. Boris Kierson. Never met the fellow, but among the ranks, he's not exactly highly esteemed. And then the troll. He groans and rubs his eyes. I really should have been more careful, but once I'd reached this far down, I figured there shouldn't be any trouble if I just rested a bit under one of those mushrooms. Also regained my spell slots. And, well, there's not much to say. I was thrown into a cage, interrogated a bit by the brutish troll. I spent my remaining spell slots on him, but nothing seemed to work. Did you manage to talk with the troll? Wait, he did seem quite esoterically resistant. Indeed, not entirely, of course, but every charm person I cast just bounced off. At first I thought it was due to his nature. Obviously, charm person only works on direct humanoids. However, trolls are distinctly a giant variety. They even speak of broken offshoots of the giant tongue. So I'm quite confused over it. Considering the esoteric freezing around the beast, I'm sure there was some strange pocket or biome effects he carried with him. Quite strange. So did you manage to talk with him? Sure. If by talk you mean him screaming at me and threatening to eat me for a fair bit of time. Lovely experience. It'll go straight in the book. The last vestige of Ascani's brutish past. Yes, that'll work. So no useful information. Well, the brute did mention how much he hated Earth. It sounded like he was one of the few who survived your dear god's cleansing during the city's founding. He also spoke about rebuilding the tribe, but I'm not sure what that even means. So good riddance, I say. Such beast has no place in civilized society compared to the half-giants of Orgeni. I do not see much potential in trolls. He glances toward the goblin companion. Goblins, for example, are more or less stellar examples of this democratization of tribal cultures, if you pardon the expression. Snell looks tired. Happy to be a stellar example for you and your ideology. Either way, he's gone now. Hopefully. The way he fell down into the deeper reaches of the gravity flip should suggest a gruesome death. But don't take anything like that for granted. What makes these parts so wondrous and horrific both is the esoterically unstable nature of these strings. You never know what you'll get. Okay, so that was all about why you were here. Alright. What do you know about the tea shop explosion? His smile drops. I suppose I should tell you a little story. Yeah, we've been looking for you, Mr. Frankson. He nods to the goblin. I hope we can keep this under wraps, of course, but as you might have imagined already, I am down here without any permit. Let's see. Snell, can the halfways look away for this one? Snell looks the Free Strider up and down. Yeah, tell us what you know and I'll get you whatever permit you need, okay? Wonderful. He braces himself. I arrived in the morning and planned on taking a stroll through Tolstad before heading down. My presence was a bit of bad timing, really. A week before the election, and a son of Freethazen arrives on the scene? That could cause a bit of havoc. And since our dear Scotty Reed's trade company was doing so very well in this election, I did not want to steal any limelight. But then, of course, fate intervenes. Just when I found myself before the Ascani pillar, a darn fireball goes off next to me. Just my luck. So once the ringing had stopped and some goblins started swarming the place trying to put out the flames, I decided quite quickly that this could end poorly for both my timetable and the poor people who had to deal with this mess. So you snuck away. Indeed. I rushed down the stairs. Since I already had my direction, I figured I'd postpone the upstairs sightseeing. Head straight down into the below as you could say. Stumble upon anything on the way? The Free Strider gives you a solemn frown. I saw something. You see, I have a pair of glasses. They allow me to detect magic, among other things. Where are the glasses? Lost, sadly. The troll shook me around, and so they've ended up somewhere down the river. What did you see? I saw a man on fire. What? Specifically, I saw the outline of a man. Invisible. Invisible man. Perhaps I should describe it more like a... Scratches his chin, then perks up. Ah, yes. An invisible smoking man. My glasses allowed me to see him, or at least the faint outline of his esoteric illusion. Where did you see this? I had just entered the... what is it called? The area right below, with all the apartments and the big ravine. Pillar Crossing. You saw this invisible man at the Pillar Crossing. I was about to get all excited about more people on fire. Michaela. Yes, that's it. I saw him heading across the bridge, or rather towards the pillar. Okay, at what time did you see this? It couldn't have been more than minutes after the explosion. How many seconds does it take to walk from the pillar upstairs to the pillar downstairs? 60 seconds tops. Then perhaps that. I was rushing to get away from the drama after all. Did you see any other details? It was clear that it was a man, he was on fire, and he was probably wearing some type of armor. Silhouette made that fairly obvious. A human, I would guess, too tall for a dwarf, too short for a, I don't know, half giant? But really a humanoid slightly taller than either of us. I'm sure you're experienced with detect magic, but my glasses are not as powerful as that spell usually allows. Okay, what did the man do? That's the question worth 1,000,000 tens, eh? Burning invisible man seen right after the explosion? Yeah, I need to know what he did. Murdoch takes a deep breath. He went inside the pillar. Inside the pillar, he says. Pillar of Jor. Elaborate. I agree, that seems reasonable to do. It's strange, but let's be clear. I first thought I saw a strange esoteric event, or a ghost, because this silhouette I saw, it went straight into the Pillar of Jor. Right in, as if it walked into the stone, and the stone turned into, how do I describe it? Magical mass. Warping around the invisible man, his flames being put out, and his being merging into it. A portal. A gate. He walked into a portal. That would be my guess, yes. Wherever he went, once he was inside the pillar, his presence disappeared immediately, along with that esoteric force emanating from the stone. I've never seen anything like it, but I have read about it. The pillars of Jor across the coast, the Arcanists performed many an experiment on them. There have been reports found in hidden documents during the rebuilding of Thazen, documents from high-ranking Arcanists. This is all kept very secret among the Free Traders' ranks. Please tell me. I can tell you one thing about it, perhaps. Find a logical argument as to why he should tell you everything. "26. He glances at your he glances at your angel companion with her hand on the handle of her sword. This man clearly accepts logic, a rational human, a wizard even. Mr. Meridoc Moonwatch, any information you can give me will help in this case. Now push the most rational thing he obviously desires. As any of these foolish free traders desires, if you know something about the pillar, then telling me will not only help my case, it will also, more important, keep the first ever election of Norvik safe." He claps his hands together. "You said the magic word, didn't you? Yes, I do worry that this whole event will curse the Free Trader cause. If you can keep things clean up..." The Free Trader gives a reluctant, "Fine. As I said, this is top secret, so you did not hear it from me." He crosses his arms and looks out into the mist. The Free Strider ideal is meritocracy without magic. However, obviously, we inherited the massive esoterical caches left behind by the Arcanists. Because of the beheadings, a terrible and idiotic waste of talent. While magic itself grew weaker over the years due to Arcanist greed, many of their findings are still quite useful to this day, especially their scientific data. What's secret about this then? They appeared to have been in contact with Jor. That is fascinating. Oh, think about what the reasonable reaction to this would be. Oh, how? It's not exactly a conversation or anything. They received esoteric messages, not unlike the ones recorded during the Gate era by, well, civilizations like the Snail Folk, who built all these ruins around us. It was an omen, you might call it. What did he tell them? Freestater taps his hand onto the pillar. Some strange codes, taught them some new spells. The last message we found written down by one of the Arcanists of the Hagen Shags. It was an order to stop. Stop what? To stop opening the gates. He raises his chin. You see, when he places a hand upon the pillar beside him, they found cracks in the gates. The gates of Jor, leading to the outside. The place we all came from. They got out? Teams of Arcanists, back when they still yielded 9th, 10th, and even 11th level spells, they could enter into the pillars just for short stints. Many did not return, but those who did described a void of souls, alien worlds beyond, far realm aberrations, and paths within strings, whatever that means. Their work was cut short due to the Coast War, but they got in, my good fellow. Jor was not too happy about that. Did not appear so, no. He nods. I believe that invisible man, who most likely fled directly from the explosion, he too entered one of those cracks in the ancient gate, and as likely and wondrous as that seems. As unlikely. If there is a rogue spellcaster capable of hiding inside the gate, someone will have to apprehend him. Huh. How would you even deal with that? Like, do we follow him through the crack? Yes, no. We must follow him through the crack. Meridoc chuckles. A nervous chuckle. Good luck with that, I say. But unless you happen to know some ancient beings or gods forbid still alive, arcanist, then I'm afraid you're out of luck. We found no realistic way to replicate their attempts to enter the pillar. We happen to know a lich. What about an insane demi-lich? We know a lich and a demi-lich, that's true. Or do we try to... Ooh, I don't know about the Sphinx. What about a lich? Squints at you? What about it? Just hypothetically. Yeah, sure. Look, liches come in all sizes. We had entire cities run by liches back in Old Dimenor. Some of those arcanists who went inside the cracks and survived were liches. So yeah, if you happen to know a lich, sure. A lich might help you, if they don't just consume your soul first. You are aware that they are quite literally life-sucking horrors, right? I'll be careful. It's a bit rude to call them that. If you think that, then I'd say you need to read more Free Strider history. Could a Sphinx? Oh, you speak of the Gyno Sphinx upstairs. She's quite the celebrity. Hells, if you can get her on your side, then why not? I do know some Free Strider researchers attempted to get on the good side of the Sphinx in one of the lairs near Kiev, but that didn't exactly end too well. What about an insane demi-lich? I'd suggest staying away from one of those, but really, even if you had one of as your best friend, it probably would not have the power to perform such. I'll find a way in. He bows his head. I'm happy to be of service. Looking very worried for your safety. Your goblin companion, who stands quiet next to you as you discuss these methods of interplanar travel, raises a hand. Just to be clear, we're talking about teleportation, like magical transportation. What do you think? What do I think? Stell side-eyes the grinning Free Strider before leaning in with a scowl. Look, I'm speaking on behalf of Lady Sageleaf, but must say this. He takes you aside a few steps away from Meridoc. The halfways want this handled, no matter the obstacle. Okay. Why does Sageleaf really want this so badly? Goblin thinks about it, letting his eyes land upon the pillar. And he tells you, if we don't get something tangible, like, for example, this rogue spellcaster, then the halfways will be in a real shitty situation. Is Sageleaf losing power? Nah, she's got that in the bag. Economically speaking, the city is fucking us all the time. Sorry to break it, but your bosses don't really make it easy for us. My bosses? Yeah, they suck. Agree to agree. If the city manages to get their way on this whole fireplace failure narrative, along with all these damn zoning disputes, legally we're looking to get completely screwed. Lots of tenants that we have to house without any permits for the apartments they occupy. Hundreds of buildings across Tolstad, commerce, living space, even some governmental locales. We don't get something tangible, or at the very least some type of leverage on your dear Magistrate Darrow, then he lets out an exasperated sigh. I have to do something. I have to do anything I can to stop that from happening. The old lady puts her trust in me to handle it. Hold out your hand. Let's have an adventure. He instinctively grabs it, giving it a solid handshake. Let's have a gods be damned fucking adventure. This could be very dangerous. No, I get it. His eyes speak of bravery in the face of an overwhelming new experience. I'm not taking this lightly, I promise. No matter what. Gives you a determined frown. Okay. We've decided to go into the Pillar of Jor. Oh, how lovely. You know an elf here in Tolstad? Not really, no. I have a few elven friends in Reeds. But I'm quite new here to Norvik. How come? An elf died in the explosion? Oh, I had no idea. It's certainly a scandal in the making. An elf, you say? Ilum, I assume. Uh-huh. She might have been the target of the explosion. She might have caused the explosion. She might have been collateral damage. Or a tragedy, yes. Yeah, I don't know that we know for sure. She might have been collateral damage. She might. Yeah, we don't know. A tragedy, yes. Very much so. Awful, really. He shakes his head. I leave this investigation to you, but I assure you I have had no contact with any elf in this series. Truth. Truth. Well, that's all I got for now. Very well. I think I'll pick myself up here for a bit. I think that darn bastard troll tossed some of my belongings down the riverbed. Hopefully, I'll be able to recover some of it. But either way, thank you again, good fellow. You've performed an amazing service for me and the entire revolution. If you believe some of my fans. He presents his palm. I owe you a great deal. If we ever cross paths again, I'll be sure to repay you. Yeah, don't shake it. Just nod. The Freestrider shows you his palms in an open gesture. Well then, if you need anything else, I'll still be here for a little bit. But good luck out there, and if I have time, let us speak again on Election Day. I'll be sure to hang around Holstead when it's time. Alright. Wowzers. So we can interact with the pillar right here. Looks like there's more that way. But we also got a book. +2 dexterity. We have a slowly regenerates health over time. Quickly regenerates HP over time. I mean, we got a lot of apples. I'm not too worried about. Okay. Should we continue? I wish I had a map. Should we continue exploring down here or run back upstairs and cast Speak with Dead? I mean, eventually we have to come back down here anyways. Let's see what's going on here. The pillar of the Jor towers before you. He is speaking to you. Touch the pillar. I guess I should go to the top part of the pillar if I want to try to enter. Touch the muscle plate. Place your palm against the damp, soft surface. Yes. There's sentience inside. The strings are connected with something beyond. It's easier to make out down here. It appears that the esoteric power grows more intense the further down you go. Logically, this would indicate there is a central point somewhere within the undercoast where the power is at a climax. Unfortunately, you cannot reach so deep. So no one probably can. However, you could try to reason with the sentience if you so desire. Attempt to reason. Now with the pillars so far beneath your dear decaying city, the voices are loud. You know damn well what they are. Only a fool would ignore it. The unreasonable assessment of death. Press your palm hard against the surface. Many have written about the Pillars of Jor. Modern scholars talk about them as nothing but relics of the Gate War. Gates themselves to other worlds. The worlds we all came from. However, Arcanists knew better. While it is not common knowledge, and most would consider it nothing but an esoteric conspiracy, the great men of old Dimenor understood the pillar. They knew they are gates. Dormant gates. But these whispers beyond are not some alien mind attempting to converse. No. It is but the mindless chattering of souls. Souls of our dead. They are finding their way into these dormant gates. Why? You cannot tell. But that is what these screams are. The yelling of the dead. How horrific. Yes. Yes, it is. But this is as far as you go. You understand little about the esoteric relic of the Gate era, except the souls. You feel the dead inside. Oh, yes, something to analyze at a later date. For now, having discovered these many levels of the pillar, you feel confidence in traversing the paths between them. You've unlocked fast travel between the levels of the Pillar of Jor. Oh, hey, look at that. Awesome. Nice. It's good to know I've secured these paths now. This thing sure is way more active than I'd imagined. It's just sticking up. The dead inside, not just dead inside. The dead inside. Yes. Secured? For the moment, yes. Remember, any part of the city below that is not continuously inhabited and tamed will eventually be reclaimed. Reclaimed and scattered. It's way more active. A shift might be happening, but that is not for you to investigate, not now. Alright. Esoteric Ebb completed. In time, it will be more important. For now, you will do as all others do when it comes to these pillars. Leave them alone. So we can travel. Alright. Sweet! Yeah, let's continue exploring. Now that we have fast travel open. Chummock's Churns? Is this where the troll lived? Lingonberries? Oh boy. This is a snail thing. We can enter? Old prison? Uh-oh. Oh no. What have I got myself into? Chamber of the Guest. Do you have any idea? Master, beware! Oh, god damn it. How frustrating you are. It's the Warlock. That voice. Young and androgynous. You knew this. It was clearly not a grown man by their build. But he is fighting us. He is practically our nemesis. One more time, eh? This piece of shit. Don't let him get away this time. Roll for initiative. You see the goblin already moving. Snell spins his sling. The bullet fires dangerously close to the assassin's head, missing only due to the constant movements. You face the assassin. Consider your options. They are slight in build and light of voice. This is not a grown man. This is but a frightened child. Kick the assassin's legs. Don't fight. Just try to understand. Let's just talk. We're not... Why can't I put grease? Do I want to cast grease? Try to understand. Yeah, we don't know who this person is. What the fuck is your deal, man? There is desperation here. This assassin goes to great lengths to remain concealed. They want anonymity. But today, there is no such fear, or they have a greater fear that trumps it. That's it. They are being pressured into this attack, forced into this attack. This is their final chance, which means this is your final chance to reach them. As the angel readies her sword, dark energy surrounds her. A hex? But from where? What? There is a flash of surprise on the angel's typically impassive face. The malicious energy swirls around her. She fails to swing her sword. Oh, an eerie presence not far from here. Someone cast a spell onto a tier from beyond these tunnels. The masked assassin lunges forward. Die, die, die! The dagger connects. An agonizing feeling shudders through you. Something's different about her this time. This is a desperate attack. This is serious. Some sort of squirming shadow has already started forming around the assassin. Why do you keep doing this? Stop! The assassin tries to fake out the goblin as he winds up another shot. Fuck you! He fires off the stone, hitting him squarely in the upper thigh. Masked one, while effectively channeling potent dark energies, lets out a high-pitched scream. Jesus, are you a kid or something? We don't want to hurt you. Stop fighting. Fuck you. The shadow formed begins to writhe and spit out tentacles. Uh-oh. They are placed such that you can't make it to the assassin before you deal with them. Smart. Resist. Fuck. You brace your body against the tentacles, hoping you can resist the damage. You cannot. They tear into you. Ow. Your heart pumps acid. You know they're coming back. A tear seems to be able to touch the energies that specifically swirl around her. She simply grabs them, and you watch as the ornate hex turns to a stark yellow-white brightness. She crushes the disparate tendrils together into a sphere of scalding light. May darkness burn, and hurls it at the assassin. Incredible. Once again, this woman is a beacon of light in a mired world. The assassin jumps out of the way, just barely avoiding getting hit by the radiant flames. Gah! You horde fascists, die already! Shadowy tentacles seem to grow angrier. Had Nuzu! Gishti Numwezu! Okay. The tenebrous coils grab and slap at you, carving deeply into your very spirit. The goblin is struggling with the tentacles as well. The tear seems to be faring better, but is also occupied by the squirming darkness. Things are deteriorating. The goblin whips a stone at the assassin, and it hits them right in the face. The mask is knocked to the side, and his eyes narrow. You catch a glimpse of the assassin's face at the same time Snell does. It looks like it belongs to a teenage girl. Okay. You are a kid! The hell are you doing, kid? Some girl will kill you. Shut up, strength. Focus up, meathead. She quickly scrambles to put it back on. What now? The tentacles seem to be fading into the ground. You may have taken a dagger to the shoulder, but at least you don't have to deal with a field of tentacles. End this. You have one chance to talk your way out of this. Yes. Deduce what's happening and who's behind this. Convince her to surrender. Snewer's info? Okay. Okay, you consider the desperation of the magic, the secrecy, the depths of power. Despite her limited age, it's constant with one thing, a bargain. A deal with a demon, a warlock's pact. This assassin is trying to kill you because their patron wants you dead. Is it worth it to die over this, to lay your life down for some demon? Master One glances at you and your companion's bristling. A howling wind punctuates the conversation as it whips around the assassin. It seems to pull their confidence with it. The assassin turns and screams in frustration. You! Then she tosses her dagger across the chamber. A choked sob falls from her. She rips her mask from her face and tosses it to the side. That was the hardest thing she's ever done. A tear sheathes her blade. Whatever fury she carried is calmed. The angel's actually impressed by your de-escalational battle tactics. Phew! You step forth. Fucking bullshit. Desperation. Depression. Acceptance. You're a little shit, you know that? Have you calmed down now? Go fuck yourself. Let's just take her to the dungeon. She's earned it. That would be protocol. However, the angel swoops in, her mini eyes peering onto the wannabe assassin. What is it? It appears we all have to rethink this apprehension plan. Why? Tyr pulls back the girl's hood slightly to reveal her face more clearly in the dim light. Oh, Darrow's daughter? Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, what the hells? Wait, are you? Take a step back. If you tell my dad about this, I'm going to actually kill you. Girl scowls. Oh, the magistrate is not going to like this. Well, this certainly is an embarrassing situation. Darrow clearly has some family issues to deal with. How terrible. We feel for anyone forced to be born into such a high-class family. Holy shit. Yeah. Take an LR. It'll last longer. An LR? Long rest? LR. I'm trying to think of D&D references to LR and take a picture. Okay. Now, will you let me go? What makes you think that is even remotely a possibility? Because I'm so nice? She gives you a sad smile. No. You don't get to be Starky after what you've done. No? Go shove that stupid slingshot up your ass, goblin. It's not a... He shakes the leather strap. It's a sling! It's a weapon, not a damn slingshot. He is very correct. Even a child with a sling can bring down a giant. Young lady, she tenses up. I have a duty to your father. You... duty. You are included in that duty. That you have tricked me into assaulting you like this is highly annoying. Her normally monotone telepathic voice is instead shot out into all your minds like a rumbling volcano. You are going to immediately take... Freydis laughs. What are you going to do if I don't? Kill me? Your angelic companion lets out a strange wobbling noise. She is furious. So she can get mad. Lovely. Shut up, Strength. Let's put it like this. I'm going to walk out of here, and you're not going to mention a single word about this to my dad. In return, I'll stop trying to kill you, okay? Let's see. So you've been stalking me all this time, huh? You're not exactly difficult to find. Sure. Yeah. You do realize how loud you are when you're stomping around in those boots. Hey, he can be as loud as he wants, you hear? Where do you get all this cool gear? What do you think? I'm sneaky. A magic item store? No. Where'd you get all the cool gear? What, did your dad buy it all? No. Where'd you get this cool gear? I'm not sure, that's why I'm asking. Jesus, what an idiot. That's uncalled for. Ugh. What a teenager. Just tell me about that magic you were casting. No? Now let me go. I'm just wondering one thing. Why? Why what? Why the fuck are you trying to kill me? Or why are you trying to kill me? Ooh, do we contain it or do we lose it? She obviously wants to get a rise out of us, so I don't feel like losing it would be the wrong thing to do. Michaela. Hey, Del. I'll attempt to contain it. Why are you trying to kill me? Well, the girl glances at the mask on the ground beside her. Del kicks it away. No, answer him. Fuck it. I guess it doesn't matter anymore. As a mother, I'm used to not being heard until I yell. I mean, I considered it, but yeah. I signed up for this stupid fucking deal, okay? Okay, what deal? I needed easy spell slots. He wanted an extra pair of eyes. Win-win. But then he started asking for these night outings and the reconnaissance missions. Then he tells me to push some dumbass cleric into the river. I don't like killing people, but sure, totally worth it. She's the one who pushed us into the river at the very beginning of the game? Oh, shit. Which is why, if you think back, your mom used to look at you like you had 3 heads. Yeah. Oh. But then you come back, you asshole. And whatever I do, you just keep fucking... As she speaks, the masked nest of Stell begins to glow. Get down! You. Damn it. Knew that would happen. Esoteric bullshit. Oh. Explain. You happy now? I just broke my damn contract because of you. That is a blessing, young lady. She lets out a loud groan. I am a warlock, or was. Why are you yelling at me? Geesh. Three-headed look, because you know you've told this person rationally 5 times. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I had a whole thing worked out with Mr. Toilet Worm. Mr. What now? Mr. Toilet Worm? Your patron? Whatever. I don't care anymore. This deal was ass, and I didn't want to do it anymore anyway. Mr. Toilet Worm. I should have asked about that. This deal was ass. I didn't want to do it anymore anyway. So there. I'm actually perfectly fine with my awesome mask being turned to dust. It's fine. Really? She does not sound she does not sound very fine with it. She gets up and drops her cloak. I'm going to leave now. And a tear, you don't say a word about this to Dad. You believe for a moment I care for any of your puny commands? Oh gods, puny commands. Do whatever you want then. Like I'm actually going now. Should I just let her go? She has lost her patron. This does not mean she loses her powers entirely, even if they were channeled through that mask. But since she clearly has no reason to continue in her misguided attempt at killing you, you might as well let her go. She must be apprehended. However, it might be best to let her father do that. You should speak with him later, once you finish your quest. Let her go. The young girl caught up in trouble. Best you can do is cut her some slack. She will surely learn from her mistakes. There is darkness in her heart. You do not wish to remain near her for long. All right, chat. What do? Do we let her go? or stop her? I'm leaning toward letting go. Yeah, let's do it. Let her go. The bratty teenager starts walking towards the exit, and seriously, do not tell Dad. The angel's many eyes turn to you after following her out of the chamber. This will be handled at a later date, I assure you. Ah! The goblin lets out a series of stilted laughs. Fucking hell, is a teenage girl and your boss's daughter? That's actually funny. You have to admit. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Oh well. Let's go see if Mr. Toilet Worm is hiding in any of these tunnels. I suggest caution. There will surely be more dangerous things in this cursed place. Meek agree. You hear your scarf mutter, then shiver. Bad thing here. Deeper. In the grand hall around you, the one so filled with the sound of clashing blades now grows eerily quiet. You see two paths, each leading into darkness. Time to see what's down here. Well, I see a dagger right here. The unluck blade. Okay, we're actually going to back out of this because I didn't think this was going to be a whole dungeon. I thought it was going to be tiny. There's more up here to explore. Oh. Alright. That's a lot of bones. What new trouble are we going to get ourselves into? Ancient Helm. +2 wisdom. -1... We could try to pickpocket the item. Oh. We could try to interact with it. Okay, let's see what's going on here. At the foot of the snail ruins, you watch a mass of writhing roots moving about ever so slowly around a series of corpses. Skeletons, to be precise. Look at the skeleton in the center with the... That is a lovely helmet. You see it straddled upon the brow of a skeletal face. It must be late Fade era or early Divine era. However, a corpse would never remain this intact over hundreds of years without esoteric means. Most likely, these were adventurers from a later era who simply used that ancient helmet. Just like you should. I hope you're not thinking of what I think you're thinking. It looks like the type of helm that would bring great mindfulness as well as the wisdom of a previous area. Oh, I'm thinking. The roots wriggle and writhe a bit more. All right, let's attempt this with maybe Mage Hand. Damn. Failure. We can get this. Hell yeah, we can. There we go. Ancient Helm. Done. So it's +2 wisdom, -1 charisma, -1 constitution. Awesome. More wisdom. Stare up at the wall of the ruin. Thick rubbery vines drape over the ancient spiraling concrete. It is a vertical ascent of roughly 20 feet. The Tulin did not do stairs. Whatever steps you have found in their architecture are faded eras later. So, now you climb. The vines are slick with fungal humidity. It's going to be slippery. It's going to be rough. Inspect the structural integrity. You pull on a vine, it holds, but it releases a puff of yellow spores. Ugh, the air down here is thick and heavy. Focus. The climb is doable. Cast Druidcraft. You weave the primal strings to bring the vines more closely together. You have advantage. Alright. Meek's helping. Look at that. Haul yourself up. You grip the rubbery plant matter and heave. Nothing about the yellow spores? I know, right? What if there are zombie spores that make you into a zombie when you breathe enough of them? I know. Slime coats your hands, but your grip is iron. You ignore the burn in your shoulders. You ignore the spores in your face. You just pull up, dominating gravity. You are at the top of the room. I guess the spores will come into play later with this fungus that grew out of this person's head, clearly with a skull on top of it. This is fine. I'm sure nothing bad's gonna come of this. Oh gosh. Speak with plants. Hey, we have the spell Speak with Plants. Look at that. It's a 3rd level spell. Okay. It has not moved. Plants seldom do. I guess that's it. It's bursting from your skull, I know, right? Alright, so... do we continue down this path, or do we go back up and get some more information for our nature quest? Oh, we got a couple of feats we can get. Oh. Okay. I think. Let's see. Yeah. Alright, let's see what this does. Alright, what are we going to learn about ourselves? Be aggressive. Push over the line, destroying each worthless monster in the way. That's how you get ahead in life. Aggressive competence with a stoic demeanor. What? Where is this thought coming from? From you! As the adrenaline wears off, as the world comes into back into perfect regular clarity, after such a deeply euphoric fight, you're standing here, realizing you are on top. This is where you're supposed to be. The most competent man around. Uh-huh. So this is after the troll fight, I see. Metal Gear moment. The fact that I'm alive is the most impressive part of all of this. It is also the #1 sign of your supremacy. Of the size of your manhood. Oh, Lord have mercy. Get out of here. This taste of pure, near-instant, blood-misted death has got you hooked. You need more. More? More fights. More near-death experiences. More romance? The manly kind. Knights chasing down tyrannical dragons. Damsels being carried to safety. Empires falling and kingdoms rising. Men with goodness in their hearts bearing the burden of reigniting spirits, breaking darkness, smashing evil. You have finally reached that point. The point of actually feeling like a professional cleric. So all I need to do in order to feel like I'm good at my job is to kill an extremely dangerous and probably now extinct gigantic monster. So what men expect from men? I don't. Let's see. The ideal of heroism, knights, and kings is fascist propaganda used to elicit unrealistic aesthetic ideals for young men, radicalizing them towards nationalistic agendas. Or we can just say finally. So all I need to do in order to feel like I'm good at my job is to kill an extremely dangerous and probably now extinct gigantic monster? Yes. How long is the average life expectancy of a cleric again? Irrelevant. It's really not. The romantic ideal of that, I thought that would move us forward. Romantic ideal of heroism, knights, and kings is fascist propaganda? Not sure how I... Finally? Feels like you might be leaning in the wrong direction here. There we go. The goal isn't to break yourself for some illusory audience. That's true. It's... Oh, yes. Risk assessment, baby. The larger the creature is, the more you should be getting paid. Not in troves or loot. That shit's a nice bonus, but you gotta get this on paper before you dive in. If you're ever fighting a troll again, you'll be doing so for a maximized hourly rate, which with every possible gruesome death calculated into the final price. Your life on the line, that pouch is getting fat. Them's the rules. What? Okay, but I'm not for sale. Wait, like the pest control guild? Sure, but like way more lucrative. Clerics are in high demand, especially these days. Clerics with your kind of esoteric know-how? Invaluable. Right. I'm not sure this is for me. You know, for damn sure that's... Sure what you're just gonna... A clue! You know for damn sure that you're just gonna keep throwing yourself into danger like this. Get paid for it, dumbass. Taking the gamble for pay is good, sure. But to actually live to tell the tale, for that you need more than luck. You need the luck of the fool. Yes, please. Every time you head down here, it's a gamble. Every time you take on a job, and there will surely be even more ruthless jobs than the troll in the future, you will roll the die. That die being a 50-50 chance of death and destruction. What did the red one call it? Getting blood misted? Instantaneous smashing. That's it. That's what you're risking every time. So embrace it! Focus on being really, really lucky. You have survived long enough on gut and feeling and ultimately pointless gambles. It's time to calculate your odds properly. Tell me more. As you can clearly evaluate, each time you take on a challenge, your outcomes are quite extreme. It appears you are just as likely to succeed in an unlikely and extreme manner as much as you are commonly find yourself in a radical and rather terrible film. That might be true. It is. Even by recognizing your personal skill level involved in any particular task, the overwhelming power of chance is evidently your clearest ally. This is bad. Instead, let us lean upon the strings of balance. A tightly strung balance. One born out of a beautifully curved yet balanced bell. A bell curve? Yes. If you before had an equal chance of each outcome, which is quite volatile, this would instead allow you to take control of the outcome, aligning each attempt around the center, the average. This would reliably increase your odds at succeeding at tasks you are equipped to handle, while dramatically decreasing your rates of failure At those you are not. I understand what this means. Obviously, it's quite rudimentary. Of course, you would impact it. This would impact both you and your opponents. Jor's strings are universal after all. Okay, so we apparently we get 4 options here. So, luck of the fool. Whenever you roll a natural 1, you get another result and take a d4 damage. This effect can repeat to infinity. This damage cannot take you below 1 hit point. Okay. We have Dungeoneering Reflexes. Whenever you roll a 10 or below, add an extra proficiency to the roll. Okay, interesting. The Professional Cleric, you cannot critically fail. Or curved yet balanced, naturally, whenever any d20 is rolled, the strings of Jor causes the outcome to lean towards 10. The chance of critical rolls are diminished. Interesting. You like 2 best? Yeah, I'm leaning towards 2 myself. Whenever you roll below 10, you add another proficient. Now, wait a minute. Does that mean... Wait, does that mean if I have a negative proficiency, it adds another negative proficiency to it? Interesting. So we got the bell curve option. Okay. Can't critically fail because I'm a professional cleric. Whenever you roll a 10 or below, you add extra proficiency to the roll. The luck of the fool. Whenever you roll a nat 1, you get another result and take a d4 damage. Yeah, I think I'll go with the dexterity one. Dungeoneering reflexes. Oh, I gotta make a decision. Time to make a proper leaving. Alright, let's it goes. Okay. So we have more of these. So what if I have 4? What happens here? I've got 4 feats. Do I get to swap them out? Let's find out. Okay, delved deep, sought far.
Seen within, watched without. The Pillar of Jor, an ancient bulwark. Its gate rising beyond. Yeah, I got pretty deep down to figure this thing out. Yet it continues far, far below, each step of the way making it clearer to you how little they matter, these vestiges of the maker of your world. They are but esoteric rock which sits. Sits until something changes. This isn't making things much clearer, to be honest. That is okay. Remember the words, the ones written upon the soft tissue at the back of your head. Feel the esoteric. Sway it. To tame it in hubris and pride will always result in tragedy. Oh, fool sock. You are a genius at work. This investigation has led one step closer to that illustrious title you seek. String Master. No. The magic must be wielded in attunement with the divine. Nothing else. Listen to the voice of God. It shan't lead you astray. That's not the voice you heard, buddy. That was, if anything, a potential patron. Which, of course, way more exciting. Okay. So I'm sensing some different paths here. Yes. 3 of them. You heard the voice of minions! Oh, wait. You do not know where they shall lead, but you may consider each. Okay. Voice of God. Earth watches upon you. His spirit channels your powers each day, and that will never change. Trust in the divine. So, voice of God. Whenever you roll a d20, another hidden d20 is rolled. If that die is the same as your die, you critically
Succeed. If both are nat 20s, you regain all your hit points, you regain all your spent spell slots, you lose all levels of exhaustion, and you become genuinely happy for a d4 seconds. Oh boy, genuinely happy for 1d4 seconds. Wow, that's pretty powerful. All right, what is String Master? Focus on your mastery of the esoteric. This knowledge, as cryptic as it is, will help you on your way. String Master. For each level of spell slot you have, you gain 1 additional maximum spell slot. Ooh. Or, tell me more about community. You got a friend beyond. They'll take care of you. In a win-win sort of situation. Communing Patron. If you take damage that would cause you to go to 0, a mysterious force protects you. If this happens, you take no damage and lose 1 first level spell slot. If you do not have any first level spell slots, this does not happen. And yes, this is different from the godly voice though. But mostly in aesthetics, which is the most important aspect, to be fair. Oh goodness. I'm kind of intrigued by this whole trust in the divine. I'm just surprised we didn't get a wisdom option for this. But whenever you roll a d20, there's another d20 that's rolled, and if that die is the same as your die, you critically succeed. So it increases our chances at critical successes. Two does sound the most solid. We do get extra spell slots. Each level of spell slot you have, you gain 1 additional maximum spell slot. Yeah. So yeah, the first one's like a 5% chance. Well, better than that. No. We'll see. 1 in 19 and 1 in 19. They both have to roll the same number. So yeah, you have a 5% chance to hit a 20, and then if you don't hit a 20, you have another 5% chance to still critically succeed. But more spell slots is actually pretty good. String Master. sense the pillar and move on. So wait, so do we have... How does that work with our... What is deep storage? What is that? We never did find the other mouse. Should go back up and figure that out. Okay. I guess we keep pushing down to here. What's wrong with this? Oh, we're only allowed the 4 feet. Okay. Okay. So we have to forego one of these. I think I want the extra spell slots. Extra proficiency in roles when speaking with feminine characters. Extra proficiency in roles when in natural habitats. This includes outside areas, overgrown areas, and caverns. Whenever you roll 10 or below, add extra proficiency. Yeah, let's get rid of this one. Let's forgo young and dumb. Alright, cool. So yeah, we can only have 4 feet. Here, get out of the way. Oh my god. I think that's extra strength. Ooh, which way do we go? Which way to start? I guess. Goes past. It's like a map. Faintly lit, the chamber collapsed, rubble strewn across the surface. What you see is a slice 1/8 of the greater whole. It's a map. Lascana, yes. Damn. However, it is old. Mountains and rivers alone do not align with any modern day interpretation. Despite that, the shape of the coastline and, of course, the ever-standing fortress of Verdun show it clearly. This is Ascani during the era of Snailfolk. Oh. Look at the down the coast. Your home, thousands of years in the past. It's the first founding by these snails. Little images of the beasts of Jor show them stretched far inland, having colonies along the river. Not unlike your own people's efforts. River Torna appears to have had colonies even far as Toll's Pass, even further than Earthport. Though, curiously, the map does not align with your common knowledge. No, it does not. The Endless Waste should not allow anything to be built this far inland. This map depicts everything until the waste begins, then there was less waste during the Fade Era. This is commonly assumed when looking at other early mapping attempts. Reeds and Voldemort. Across the border, on the mostly covered in rubble band to your left, you see a very different visual than the commonly depicted today. For today, most of the western region is ruined and cursed. Where the cursed lands lay today, you see a fertile crescent. Fog? Yes, you've heard that Anurans once occupied large swaths of Old Dumador before the strife of the Divine Era. While on the coast, you see several locations that do not align with any modern locations. The Draconic Civil War surely reshaped most of this as your former overlords fell. The one dot that does align is a tiny one placed at the center of the bay, a Rhodesian location for the Lord Jor. It has stood there since the Gate War, so it makes sense the snails would want to point it out clearly. They did worship Jor in the end. It also seems the rest of the geography in this depiction of Old Dimmer does not align with any modern visuals. Minitorum. Most of the covered in rocks. The one thing you see is like some feathers. Birds? Yeah. It's filled with birds all throughout the Fade Era from what you remember. It's like their thing. Loxori and birds. The Celestials settled more seriously over the course of the next 100 years. And was settled, well, that's the colonialism, imperialism version of it. Okay. Japan. I mean, a lot of this doesn't really... We'll just look at them. Chamber of Realms. Okay, 3 of them can be seen. A red, a green, and a black. Look at the red dragon. Scourge of the Coast, largest of all known dragons throughout Jor's history. Unfortunately, he was slain long ago, else he would... Green Dragon. The Great Green Dragon. She was the mother of most, as they say. She who birthed the coastal broods. While a tyrant, like all her kin, she is known for her lighter touch and bond with man. When Doug Doolin Dim slayed her, which he didn't really, I'm pretty sure that's the dragon that we're dealing with. The Goblin Chieftain. Look at the Black Dragon. All-wise Black Dragon, Guardian of the Blade. Umbra Mixus. He was known as the most magically adept dragon on the coast. His esoteric cache and silver slove has still not been found and is to this day popular. So which dragons are missing? The Blue Thunder and the Mad Drake Algonoth. Those are the big 5 who fought during the Draconic Civil War, the ones all humans are taught to despise. I don't think about dragons. Good, they have but relics of a bygone. Move on. You avert your gaze. Perch. You know, you could get yourself real rich by figuring out figuring out that whole thing one day. A mystery? Yeah, the mystery behind Jor's Point. It was like the place where that big whale first entered. Through the first gate, Jor's gates or whatever. No one ever tries to sail directly seawards. Ever returns. No one who ever tries to sail directly seawards ever returns. It's spooky. I could become a pirate? Just think on it. Okay. You seeing this shit? I sure am. It's a map, right? You are correct, my goblin friend. Gives you an uncomfortable look. Must be 1,000 years old. Look at the little snail people. Cheers many eyes, glance over it, lighting it with a slight sacred flame. Early fade era. Let's see. What do you know about the time period? I recall our clashes with the Tulin Katul. They were formidable war mages. Though we never made landfall in Ascani during the time the map was created, it was considered Dominium Draconis. What you today call a skinny Diminor. We're all within their time. Alright. Sure, there's scholars that would kill for an LR of this. What is this? LR. How much light reflection, referring to the image capturing method by using a mirror cantrip, light cantrip simultaneously in order to brand a surface with a perfect visual. Old Master had mini-map, though Meek never learned what they mean. Photograph, yeah. So LR, light reflection. Interesting. Use the mirror cantrip and the light cantrip. Alright. Cool. Would you look at that photograph? Wabbits. So we got snails playing music, snails with people riding them into battle, snails killing other snails. Oh boy. Snails fighting dragons. Snail Wars, serious business. Serious business. Oh my god, super serious. Approach the iron door. The paper carrying a symbol. It looks like a flame. Heat radiating. Is it just me or is that door a bit hot? The air almost shimmers. An elemental. The angel sends you a message. Your goblin companion takes a step away from it. A faint sound, like a whisper in the tunnel. Mortal. It's me. Hello. I wish for you to know my peril. I am Galbatar, the one of the pearled flame. I have been trapped here for many eras. As the top Afriti of the Crimson Court, I would go to the heavens and hells to serve you if you only destroyed the seal which holds me here. Maybe I'll look at this later. There's an Ifrit sealed behind this door? The fuck? Push the door. This one bears a symbol of chains. Breaks out the whiteboard. With a comically crude little devil drawing underneath. It is simple how these folk wrote language with images. I don't like this one. It's wrong. The air feels wrong, oppressive, heavy. An infernal oppressive force, the angel tells you telepathically. There's a devil inside. An ancient evil. Not today, demon! I mean, devil! Does this circle back to the top? It does. Okay. Let's see what else is going on here. There's something to interact with here. Come back to this. I see more doors. What else is sealed down here? Not today, Satan!
Yo Heiko Mycheard. X100. Not today, Satan.
Thank you, Yohei. Appreciate that. You approach the round door. Upon the surface, a single piece of paper clings to the metal. This one, a crude drawing showing 3 creatures: a lion, a goat, and a snake. Oh my god. It's not 3 separate creatures, though. It's all one creature. It's a chimera. Nothing here is actually evil. It's just all snails doing their best to look and sound really tough. Oh my god. Plot twist. It'd be nice to have a language that just shows pictures of what you're talking about. The symbols carry a deep meaning. A seal, a prison, a warning. I like the goat. Which one do you like, Atir? The angel leans in. I enjoy the lion myself. It is a prideful creature. You also notice a crack in the door. It's small, found in between several large pieces of shells. Look through the crack. Press your helmet against the crack, peering through the narrow gap between the iron and stone. Darkness, then movement. 3 sets of eyes glowing faintly in the black. One pair burns with an amber fire, another beams with an unsettling blankness. Third, cold and reptilian, all watching. Alright. Speak with animals? We could speak with it. Why does this one have so many seals on it? Oh god. You approach the ominous door. The tunnel lays silent. Only your breath is heard. Placed across the surface, you see pieces of paper covered in ancient writing. Seals, they keep the spirit inside stable. This is freaking me out. Seals. Esoteric shackles, yes. This is a prison. Indeed. This area is an ancient prison of the Tulan Kato. These are cells. Cells of the soul. I've heard of these, the angel speaks into your mind. A prison made by the Antisepalian folk. Look around the crevices of the door underneath, along the sides. When you press your head against the ground, against the walls, you see clearly this door does not lead anywhere. It is not tightly sealed, nor is it very fastened against the end of the tunnel. It is simply an iron door, sat upright against the wall. Oh, that's actually freaky. Feels cursed at a minimum. It is, in fact, a magical way of capturing creatures, not cursed. Sounds cursed to me. That doesn't sound cursed to you? It does not sound cursed to me. Well, it sounds cursed to me. A magical prison, lost in time. Look at the symbols. You lean in, checking them closely. You do not know this script. However, it is most likely some type of seal, most likely in the snail folks' lost tongue. Hello? Your voice echoes down the tunnel. The angels... Wow, the music cut out. The angel beside you appears to freeze midair. Her eyes focus on the iron door. Then, after several seconds, you hear... There is someone here. A light voice dances in the air. Gives you chills. I can barely hear you. Speak up. There is silence for a while longer. Then the voice says, It's been long. I see not. I feel not. Yet you I hear. You, beyond the door. I have a favor to ask you. I'm the first voice you hear in a long while, and you want to ask for a favor? Yes. Go ahead and ask. Okay. The voice is silent for a few seconds longer. Please, save my husband. Catch a glimpse of the You catch a glimpse of the goblin, giving you a worried expression. And I know that you are I know not who you are. I do not speak your tongue. The strings grant me these few words. They broke his soul into paper. He made a grave mistake, but this punishment, it is beyond cruel. They wanted him to see the end of the world, to lose everything. My love, my foolish, petty, wonderful husband. I don't understand. We will help, don't worry. My fate is written. The voice fades beyond the door. Lady, we'll get you out of here. Excuse me. Please break him out. Break the paper. Speak his name. Please. Save my Isk Urum. Pleading voice then stops. Lady? Hello? Nothing. Jeez. That was something else. I'm not sure I understand. A woman in distress. You need to help. There is no doubt. Yeah. Let's look into this. Right, it's here? We have to, behind you, the angel is shivering. A glittering dust falls from her halo as it spins erratically. Celestial tears. A rare sight. Emotions from an instrument of death. Her voice enters your mind, stuttering. This is a travesty. Agreed. Her body shakes in the air. To speak through an iron door takes a heavy toll. If she has truly been in there for millennia, then her soul is already withered. We must break the seal, cleric. We must save Isk Urum. Who is it? Rip the seals. As your fingers touch the paper, the symbol upon the surface lights up, just for a split second. Then all at once, your fingers drag through it. The paper crumbles into bright white ash. Nothing happens with the door. It now looks at the dissolving dust, then to you. I hope you know what you're doing. She will rest. She deserves it. A sprinkle of golden dust falls from her many, many eyes. Let's save him. Yes. Ooh, who is this person? What if we had just... whatever. Okay. So, probably not the Chimera. Is that what's going to be here, maybe? Probably not the devil or the elemental, the Ifrit. You approach the edge, and terrors arise. Oh God. Oh my God. Chat, what did you do? Yoxeron, it's been a while. How the fuck are you? Hello, Ragan. Ever glad. Him in the pipes. Is this the demon that wanted us dead, maybe? You hear hyperventilation coming out of the goblin. Beast of the far realm. Ah. I dabble in summoning in my time off from lighting people on fire. She looks ready to strike. Can you truly stand against a creature of the void? No. No chance in any hells. Pray and kneel. Everything is shaking. Okay. Try to calm down. Breathe. Fail. Hold it together. Can you unsummon this dude? I need a new pair of pants after that one. Hold in your guts and keep your heart pumping its blood. You face the vast darkness of empty space in those abominable eyes. Far you have delved, I am happy to greet you. The aberration's voice reverberates against the cold, wet walls of the sewer chamber. Naru Superior, I am enamored, impressed, lucky to witness. Shivers. 1,000 eyes, each focused on you. Look at the pretty eyes. This is something evil. This is indeed a creature of the far realm. A trifler, yet larger than any specimen you've ever read about. Be wary. Now speak. I have some questions for you. Knowledge is a commodity. Knowledge is my trade. I am a simple merchant. Trade, Ragnar. Trade with me. Oh boy. Do you have a license for this pool? Here, what do you suggest? You see her clinging onto her blade. This is beyond our combined strength. I suggest diplomacy. Verse carries hints of doubt and fear. Are you okay, Snail? He nods without taking his eyes off the horrific aberration. Yeah. He takes a breath after holding it for a while. Don't fuck this up, please. I have to pay to ask questions? Each thought carries costs. I am generous. Cheap thoughts I give freely. Expensive ones will require sacrifice. Don't fish in there? That's what led to all this. Okay, well, I've already figured out what he is, so I don't feel like asking him because I don't want to take any more damage than I need to. Wait, Mini Eyes deals in knowledge. It's not Yogg. It's Hermaeus Mora? What's that from? No, it's Everglad. Because he's always smiling. It's from Elder Scrolls? Ah, okay. Are you the one called Everglad? Yes. That is the name I adopted. The original title of my claim was considered too difficult. When I signed my first Warlock servants, we agreed upon a more modern name. Everglad we chose. It is appropriate. It shows my everlasting happiness. The beast's elongated maw appears to widen. Wait, Warlocks? Yes, you had run-ins with my former servant, the girl. You're the one who sent her to kill me. You're the one who sent her to kill me. Yes. A big misunderstanding. Freya did not perform as to her promise level. We went over it many times. It was not a sudden decision, I assure you. I made sure to go through the appropriate steps. I offered training, magical enhancements, hex incantations, and even free knowledge. None of it was enough to get her to the appropriate performance. Thus, we had ended up having to cut the patronage short. Very unfortunate. It is not often my warlocks end their service in anything other than death. He clacks his massive teeth together. I go through one servant at a time, so the position is now open. Interested? Eric? The goblin looks worried. I would ask your goblin friend, however, I sense hesitation for outsourcing on his end. Uh-huh. You send your warlock to kill me and then offer me their job as your servant. Well, It is something to be considered. Your performance, after all, is very admirable. We could become a warlock. I will respectfully decline. Aw, how come? I'll take it. It reminds me of Shogoth memes. Minus the oh yeah. I'm apolitical. I can't be biased like this. We're going with the apolitical theme. Oh, that is actually good. Politics always gets in the way of efficiency. We can discuss it later. I do not wish to push you into anything. I offer nothing but the best of terms as a patron of the dark. Could be cool. Charisma? No! By the gods, do not! Shut up, strength. You haven't explained why you tried to kill me. That is correct. Why did you try to kill me? Stare at the monster? Such knowledge comes at a price. The monster's eyes focus on you. There are many things I know, many things I know you want to know. My trade works as such. You tell me a secret which I do not know. I then grant you access to knowledge beyond yourself. A fair exchange, free trade. Is there some other ways? Yes, your soul. His eyes squint. No, I'm not using that. It lets out a chortling growl. I love the reaction when mortals face the notion of their tangible soul. But no, it was a jest. I have no interest in your spirit. The tentacles writhe around the sister. It goes like this. You hand me a secret, I value its depth. I grant you knowledge in return. A fair trade is offered, I assure. Okay. Sounds good. Good. The monster then stares at you, waiting to be fed a secret from the crevices of your mind. Interesting. We could just leave too. Or attack him, like idiots. What secrets could I possibly give him? That's a question you know well the answer to. Can't you just make something up? How's this gonna know the difference? The creature will know. What you want here is just for him to tell you why he was trying to kill you, right? That's the main secret, yeah. However, do you have what it takes to actually share a deep part of yourself with this abomination? Okay. I can share something deep and secret, but only if you explain why you tried to kill me. Make up a fake secret. Come up with an argument as to why the information about him trying to kill you isn't worthy of a secret. Try to smart our way out of this. Seems like something we would do. Oh, nat 20. Hell yeah. This far realm beast might be savage in nature, but his demeanor is at least an attempt at civility. He will listen to a good argument, something that brings you into his favor if you were to offer a bit more. One piece of information for free. Mr. Everglad, I don't mean to speak for you. However, your offer of potential knowledge would be much more interesting if you were to grant me a solid taste test, is it not? Ah, you make a good point. But more than that, you make it sound as if you are quite happy about the idea of working with me, which I enjoy. So sure, I will grant you a piece for free. Now, you wish to hear why. Why you sent your warlock... why you targeted me. It lets out a grumble and squints the many eyes. Let me tell you about the blood tongue prophecy. A night dark as ink, some years past, a young scribe is overcome with maddening visions. On the morrow, the writing is recovered and kept secret by the council, yet the whispers of its content reached me nonetheless. I will not share its content in full, as that is an all too valuable secret, but I shall share this one passage. Secrets of Ukol midst flame amiss. Sorry, secret. Scent. Scent of Ukol midst flame amiss. Loyal death upon the day of suffrage consumed. Laid at the feet of necrocratic doom. 1,000 clamors for iron's wrath, all wrought in sundered trove beneath stone. There time itself as witness standeth mute, first by west, south, east, then north, an esoteric era marked forth. Sounds like divine era scripture. The words of fate. Ukol leaves. Scent of Ukol midst flames amiss. Ah. The leaves we found. Okay. Loyal death upon the day of suffrage consumed. Laid at the feet of necrocratic doom. So Ukol leaves bring death on election day. Yes. He opens his maw and clicks his fangs together. It is as unlikely as it appears, confirmed to be a truthful prophecy. Not yet come to pass fully, of course, as we are in fact not in an esoteric era born true. Since the ebb still lingers. So what does that have to do with you trying to kill me? I wish the ebb to end. Ebb, the draining. I saw in this prophecy my part to play. I saw the truth I could create, to bring about this fire to the legislative mass. A plot brought by the Meander's followers, the Ilum elves. The Menders followers. I chose to support a player in this game of intrigue, the one you seek, this rogue spellcaster you hunt. You know who I'm after. Of course, I know most things to know. What can I trade to have you tell me? I'm afraid to say nothing. Do not worry, you will find out in time. So you tried to kill me to stop me from finding this rogue spellcaster. His tentacles snap around the cistern. Freya was to destroy this government cleric sent to investigate. Make sure the prophecy was given the space it needs to breathe. There was no doubt in my mind of this plan of action. Until you stepped into my chamber here, I see more than truth in you. It is obvious. I backed the wrong guy. Now I will look upon you instead, dragon. I don't want your backing. I do not care. Bring me my esoteric era, dragon. I am fully convinced you will. He's not interested in debate here. He is not even interested in your opinion. This guy literally just wants to watch you do whatever it is you're going to do. How ominous. An aberration obsessed with fate. That will surely haunt you. Yeah, I don't think I want to take any deals with aberration, so thank you for your time. You are welcome, Ragan. All right. So, how? Let's see. Requesting tree. I'll try to get it back up. Found a flat cap instead. I wonder, I don't know where the husband is. So did we not get a quest to help her out? Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh no. We have to take the seals off of those doors to free the husband. So we have to deal with a chimera, a devil, and an Ifriti. Genie. Oh boy. Oh no. Can we do this? Yep, this will end perfectly fine. No way Gego's gonna get his shit pushed in. No. Couldn't be, right? It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? I'm just gonna pop up my headphones. You know, just use them. No big deal. Wait, what is this? I can have a second weapon? What? Oh. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. What should we go with here? Let's see. We got dexterity and charisma. Dexterity, constitution, strength and intelligence. 3 dexterity minus 1 con. Plus 2 constitution, plus 1 wisdom, but minus 2 strength. And then plus 1 strength, minus 1 wisdom. Interesting. Being in the sewer looking tight place has renewed my desire to play Fear and Hunger once I get something that runs Steam. Nice. The sewer looking place and Yohei's comment. I mean, dexterity would be nice. Advantage against lawful creatures. The Unlucky Blade. Advantage against unlawful creatures. Sorry. Against lawful creatures. Have you not heard of that game? Judging by the title, I'm guessing it's not something to involve skipping through tulips. Probably not. We'll grab the advantage against lawful creatures could come in handy, actually. A little chaotic good for us. Unless you enjoy the extreme. Twitch doesn't even have a tag for it? Really? Well, let's see what happens when we deal with a chimera. Speak with animals? Alright. Sound. Low rumbling. Not one voice. 3. Who speaks beyond? Animal sounds mixed with something almost human. Oh, that's not good. What are you? Silence again. Then the voice returns, speaking over each other in a chaotic chorus. We are. No, I am. We are. They're arguing with themselves. Ah, how fascinating. A chimera. A beast of fusion. Lion, goat, and serpent. Beyond. Bound as one. Someone speaks. Someone hears. I can hear you. Yes, at last. The lion's voice booms. The lion's voice rises. If there is a voice, then there is an exit. The snake's voice hisses. If the exit exists, then we can escape. If we can escape, then we are no more. Wait. If we can escape, then we are no more? Wait, what do you mean? He does not answer. Then, in an instant, the voices disappear. A strange light emanates from the seal. A strange light emanates from the seal on the door. Look at it. Paper crumbles into ash. Nothing happens with the door. It remains shut. It appears the creature inside did not survive the breaking of the seal. That was awful. Wait. Oh. Okay. Well, that worked out. I guess we don't have to deal with a chimera. That seems good. Save anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah. I need to go check the I need to go check in here though, make sure my theory's correct. Yeah, another stone lit up. Oh no. Are we doing the right thing? Oh boy. So devils are lawful, if I remember right. So our dagger might give us advantage in dealing with it. Okay, let's see what we got here. Flame symbol mocks you. Let's see. What do you want? Silence. Then you will free me. Heat washes over you. Not a question, a command. How arrogant. Why should I? Because I demand it! Entitled creature. The free decomposes itself. You must listen. I have power to grant you more than anything else of that mystical nature ever could. Could you be my friend? That could be negotiated. Score. Failed. Break the seal, free me, then I shall grant you a great service. What happens if I break this? Freedom! Power! I will grant you wishes! Lies. It will kill you. Or enslave you. Genies do not give freely. Wait, if you've been sealed for this long, do not think! Only act! It doesn't want you to think. The seal keeps you alive, doesn't it? Silence. Long. Heavy. You know nothing, mortal. You know enough. Iron door is a stasis. I have been here for eons. If I die, so be it. I would rather die than stay imprisoned. Noble or mad? Insane. I am free, or I will be nothing. I guess. So we rip the seal. You grab the paper, burning. But you hold. Yes, break it. Your feet roars with triumph. Wait a minute, but the seal. Okay. Bear the pain. Great. Oh, we did it. Hole. The seal resists for a moment. The paper feels hard as steel. Then you see little cracks. Break it. The paper explodes into ash and flame. Yes, I am! The voice cuts off. Not gradually, like instantly. Like a candle snuffed. It's gone. The door grows cold. Silent. Is it dead? It was a spirit. Now that spirit is gone. The seal was the only thing keeping it intact. The seal's gone. The Ifriti is gone with it. Touch the door. Cold iron. No heat, no life. Empty. Like it was never there. Okay, so we're not actually... So we have to... steal... We have to smash these seals, which keeps the spirits of these creatures from being bound here, which was sealing the other thing in the other room, I guess? What would require so many horrible things to be... such powerful entities to be sealed in order to keep something else sealed? Oh boy. comprehend languages. Word shift, meaning then comprehensible words emerging from the chatter of a foreign tongue. Spell activate. Waiting so long. Can you understand me now? Perfect clarity. Yes. A heavy exhale. Relief. Good, good. Now listen. His voice carries authority. Centuries of command. I am a prisoner here. Not by the Tulan Katal, but by the mad wizard who roams this cursed place. He, by some feat of my own idiocy, managed to trick me into this cursed cell. By now, my soul has all but burned into the void inside, so please rip the seal and kill me. I would owe you quite a great deal if you did. Mad wizard? A man of House Hagenshags. He went mad years ago, taken by the beyond, surely, by now. I came to these ruins via the undercoast sea, all to avoid you humans above, yet the trove he promised me was but a ruse. No offense, but I am not one to ever put my hope in a human again. I wouldn't trust the devil either. What makes you so sure I am a devil? You're not? No, I am. It might be more obvious than I imagined, even with my soul in this iron gate. Who are you? I am, he pauses, a soldier. Oh, come on. Convince him to tell you more about this very rupturing backstory. Just go for the leverage. Yeah, but smooth. Hey, so I want to make sure who you are before I let you out. If you're someone interesting, I might be more likely to rip the seal. Voice is silent for a while until it eventually lets out of ground. Fine, I can see your intrigue. I will tell you, but it is not as interesting as you could imagine. Oh. I am Lesionis, a pike soldier, a pike holder. It is akin to a sergeant, in your terms. I was in Gorian's initial invasion of Jor, yes. I fought throughout each of the invasions, or as you call it, the Gate War, and I never fell. Through hundreds of years of constant battle, I lived through his fall. His generals all have been ruined or destroyed over the millennia. If you believe the Blood City Council, however, I lived. I lived through it all, and now I'm here, stuck in this foul-damned, quite annoying iron gate. Entirely due to my own fault. That mad wizard and the trove, indeed. Since the Coast War ended, that messy brawl, I have been following the rumors of various artifacts stolen by your human arcanists. Those artifacts were hidden, scattered, sometimes handed down to these free striders, sometimes buried in hidden troves. One such trove is rumored to be found in the ruins of the Tulan Katal, where your city of Norvik now stands, so I snuck in from the earth to find my contact, this Hagenshags. A mistake, of course, but my hubris caused me to underestimate the little man. That, along with some unluck on my part, caused me to get stuck here. For now, I would be happy to lose my physical body and be reborn in Blood Bay City. Because he's a devil, he goes back to his plane. Please rip the seal. If we ever meet again, I promise I am in your debt. Helping a devil is not always a bad idea. Even if they are natural evil. I don't see why not. He doesn't seem that worse than your average top rank on this part of the coast. And what do you want? Freedom? Simple, direct. Break the seal, let my spirit fly. I'll return to Gregorian's corpse as I should have done years ago. And then what? Then I return to some smaller form, hopefully not an imp, but we will see. Alright. Oh. Yeah, I'll break the seal. You grab the paper, it tears easily, too easily. The seal shatters. Not flame, not smoke, it's spirit. The devil's essence. It rushes past you, into your mind. Don't let it in. Shield your mind! Oh no! Ugh! The spirit slams into you. Infernal energy rips through you. Pain. Oh, fuck, cleric. I'm okay. Wonderful. Thank you, human. Then you hear a faint cackling laugh. A whisper fading into nothing. The door now stands cold and empty. The devil is gone, flying across the coast to Blood City Bay. I didn't just doom someone, did I? It is possible. The angel offers no comfort. Snell steps up, taps you on the back. I wouldn't worry about it. How can we go? Oh! That hurt. Owie, owie, owie. Alright. All topped up. Oh, we better save the game. Alright, let's see what we freed. You approach the magic circle. Each of the 4 stones around it are glowing. This is the place. The goblin looks around. Looks clear, I think. Isk Urum. It is broken. Watch the light. The seal is unleashed. Watch the light rapidly expand. Oh, it's one of the snails. Oh, shit. It's a snail. Snail takes a few more steps back. Uh-huh. Hello up there. Hello up there? You then watch as the snail folk of a bygone era slams into the ground. Stare at it. Someone pick up the phone because I fucking called it. Yeah? Did you? Did you? Oh, did I miss that? I missed it. Sorry. Let's work. All the doors were snails. Oh, gotcha. You watch the creature shake and snivel, its flabby skin moving about freely, its glistening surface reflecting the light. That staff. It holds immense power. Look at the shell. It's covered in trinkets, books, vials, and all manner of esotericals. There is no doubt this is a wizard of the highest degree. Staff. It gives off a faint glow in the dark of the temple. Gate era artifact. A magic staff befitting for a wizard such as yourself. Prepare to approach the snake. Strange snail. Oh, wait. Katir says... Whoa. Oh. +2 intelligence, +2 constitution. I don't understand. But let's talk. Snail lifts its head. Isk Urum cord puller. Flop. Excuse me? Shake your head and gesture towards your ears. No comprendo. Excuse me? So this is what the Tulankato look like. Yalu. Snail holds up his open hand, 4 fingers stretched out. Then he twists them with a snap. There we go. That should be better. I always keep a tongue prepared for this specific situation. Nothing as awkward as dealing with foreign dignitaries when you've run out of Jor's slots. I am Isk Urim, Cord Puller of the Tulan Empire, Master of the Paths, Servant of Jor, Lord Researcher, and Diplomat of Peace. He lowers his soft head all the way to the ground. I am Ragan. Greetings. By Jor, do not worry, Mr. Ragan Cleric. What? I didn't say anything about being cleric. I am not poisonous, nor do I hold any ill will. Whoa! Beware, he is reading your mind. Apologies, I cannot help it. What? I love dexterity reacts. What? It's not that kind of phrase. That's not the kind of phrasing I'd use, but yes. Snell squints and stares at you both. Hold on, is this some kind of wizard thing? Green one, you do not appear to be as loud on the strings as your iron friend here. The snail leans upon his staff. I cannot help but hear everything you think, cleric. It was cleric, was it not? It is. And greetings, Tulin. Ah, celestial, grand! You spirits sure do come in all shapes and sizes. What a fascinating meeting we have here. Now, the snail man looks around, leaning on his staff. My mind seems to have slipped a bit. You couldn't care for some exposition? Be careful what you think. You'll hear it. He hears this right now. What's the last thing you remember? His eyes retract slowly to the base as he mutters. Oh no. I was on trial. For what? I doomed us all to the flames of Esuth. It was entirely my fault. What did you do? I made a deal with the Red One. He muttered to himself, trying to remember. It is difficult to read his body language for obvious reasons. However, you get the feeling as he recalls more, he grows more shaken. Esuth, the great dragon of Twiliam, our band. I was the diplomat who enacted the plan of peace. We invited the dragon for an exchange of knowledge. Truth is, I was greedy. I wanted those strange draconic techniques. The power words. Dragons use magic through speech alone. I see. The spells you cast are derived from those same methods. I was not alone in my hubris, nor did I set this plan in motion myself, but it was me who put it in motion. Why do I even bother making a choice of what to say? He's listening to this right now, isn't he? Blah, 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 blah. Think strange noises. Well, what happens? Please stop. Don't say anything. The snail man looks pointedly around the room. Or at least you think he does. It's more of a gurgling sound. I am personally responsible for the deaths of approximately 50,000 to 100,000 of my kin. The destruction of Tulin cattle. Yes. That is what it was. Esuth went back on his word. He used his unorthodox magic to disrupt our many, many mages. Then he burned the entire city. The towers fell, the screams, the heat. So, like, the thing that ruined all the basis of Norvik, yes. The goblin also stares at the snailman. How did you survive? Oh, the same way the rest did. We were, as they say, lucky. We were not close enough to his anti-magic, and I could resist his stunning shriek. We fled downwards. As Esuth claimed our city as his new throne, I fled even deeper. A few thousand of us, the ones who remained, we hid in... He taps his staff on the tiles. This place. It is where we kept our foulest prisoners. It became a base in which we organized resistance. Although some were not so keen to work with someone like me, a traitor. So how long were you down here? Months. It did not take long for a divide to build. What did you do here? Bait, mostly. One camp were for leaving entirely, another wanted to turn to Jor for guidance. I ended up wanting to leave with my wonderful Tut. What? He shakes his head. Sorry, no. The voice who won in the end, they sought a more permanent solution to the Dragonfire through primal pagan magic. I did not believe in that for a second. So his wife, or his girlfriend, or lover, or whatever, Tut. Right, no, they were married. That's right. Someone was begging for her husband to save her husband. Yeah. See, they imprisoned you for inviting the dragon. That, among other things. I was never the most liked snail on the coast, but they wanted an offering, someone to pin blame. He goes silent, his eyes hard. Snail begins to think about the things he does not want to do. Poor Snail, he knows what he must face now. I believe you've been imprisoned here for a very long time. How long? His eyes retract as if he does not want an answer to the question. When were you imprisoned? I'm assuming an era of dragons occurred after our reign. However, we ruled in the aftermath of the shutting of the gates. It had been 211 years since then, the year when our city burned. During the Fade era then, not very long after the gates had shut, that is exactly 1,016 years ago. He gripped his staff. You can hear it creak. Millennia? I was in stasis for millennia? I am sorry. Yes. Yes, it is. Gods. His eyes shoot out, aiming around the room. He is alone. His entire folk type has been wiped from the map before humans even held their own kingdoms. I am alone. There is no one, is there? He shakes his staff, and his stalk eyes wiggle around the air. A faint glow appears as he mutters a few words to himself. I see. Snails. Yes, but scrying. He is seeing hail snails currently. The big things that we know about that don't. Oh boy. So, are the hail snails descendants of your people? Are you scrying? No, no, no. Is this what you made of yourselves? He stops casting the spell, his head falling towards the ground. Urima, you fool! You led them into this primal state? Degenerative, frozen, monstrous beasts? Hail snails. Realize his terrible fate. He lets out a mad laugh. They wanted to use the primal cold to break the dragon's fire. That bastard, he led them into pure de-evolution. It is a nightmare. Oh, by Jor's grace. Tell me, how did you break the stasis I was in? Her angel companion steps in. Her last thought was of you. I think it. You, cleric. Imagine it in your head now, please. Think about your talk at the iron door. Toots Irma, she was in an iron door? They threw her in an iron door for millennia? His eyes droop down towards the ground. I cannot believe it. My actions caused... I know they're saying hail snails, but I'm going to think hail snails. Yeah. I ruined my people. I brought flames. I divided them. Yet in the end, I did not even pay for my crimes with my life. Instead, I pay by standing here alone among the ashes. Iascani. And Tut, she endured the most torturous existence known to sentience, her soul slowly withering inside of that hellish prison. Yet, after all that, in the end she, like a tear said, the last thoughts were only of you. He lets out a grunt, then a painful howl, then he roars a deep, bubbling scream, causing his glistening flesh to vibrate. When he stops, he takes his staff and slams it into the ground. I reject this string. Jor's words do not speak of a humble nature. He broke off this world to make his own path. I will do exactly the same. What are you talking about? He lets out a gust of wind. I can fix this. What? Yeah, what? Fix what? My dear Tut was destroyed by an iron prison. That leaves her soul in pieces. Not quite dead, not quite in existence. But I am cord puller, Isk Urim. I wield strings like Jor himself. From this day on, I no longer seek power, nor achieve greatness, nor will I build empires. I will only perform one miracle. I will resurrect her. Then I will pay her back 1,000-fold for her unyielding love and devotion. Yes. The Celestial clenches her fists. Pay your debt, Tulin, to her, with everything I have. Okay. Sounds like a plan. True resurrection. Not easy, especially when the strings are this weak. An ebb, surely. What? Can you tell me more about... Yes. Anything you need. I am in your debt as well, of course. He mutters to himself and leans on his staff. I now have a time limit, cleric. In 200 years, the fragments of my wife's soul will leave this plane forever. Thus, I can no longer resurrect her, and it will take time. But it can be done. Anything can be done. He is coping, but not in a terribly destructive way. It is possible. Improbable, but possible. Even for a snail. Fuck yes. You need anything, just let me know. Thank you, my green friend. That is very romantic, Iskurum. I wish you luck on your venture. Thank you, Celestial. It's funny, last time I saw one of your kind, it was on a battlefield. I prefer this. As do I. Wow! What a story! Okay. I guess we just go down the line here. Do you know how to enter the pillar? Oh, you wish to enter a closed gate? That is bold. I need to follow a rogue spellcaster inside. A suspected rogue spellcaster. The snail stares at you. I heard nothing. But I said it. But if you need to enter a closed gate, that is no small feat, of course. But it's possible? Very much so. What lies beyond is not so much a mystery as it is a question of shape. Tunnels, paths, cracks in the veil around Jor's realm. To enter is as simple as either having a key, a blessed passing, forcing your way with a powerful spell. Gate, astral projection, wish, they can all break through. Of course, with the current state of things, here in your time, it's clear all such messes would be done. Very difficult. You require assistance from creatures who have studied or understand its current shape. Have any in mind? He lowers his head. Tut was a genius on planar travel. She could have helped you. Made him sad again. That's sad. Sorry. He glares at you with one eye as the other falls upon his staff. You've made a great friend to me, cleric. That will be rewarded. Oh, he gave us the staff of strings. The staff? You hold it out, feeling the power surge through the rough wood. I call it Merivish, Staff of Strings. You may call it Staff of Tulankatl, as remembrance of my fallen people. It will be returned to me once you are finished with all of this. The crystals at the top of the crystal at the top lights up as he speaks. It is now attuned to you. If you wield it while dealing with this gate, it will grant you assistance, information, attunement, and so on. My dear wife's research can be found within its core. It will help you, I'm sure. Thank you. And Tut. As for who you should speak with, I have no idea. But unless you want to write a contract with some powerful devil or serve a far realm monster, you might not have too many good options. Both of those are actually options. Ugh. Hopefully there's some other method. The only creature I knew beyond my people who understood the mechanics of the gate was the gate guardian herself, the Sphinx. Oh, great. But she was ancient by the time I reached adulthood, so I would not count on her being around still. Gate guardian? Are you talking about the Sphinx? Excuse me? Olzis the Sphinx. She's still around? Yeah, so you know her. The snail leans back, still reeling over this information. You keep shocking the poor man. I'll have to visit. So she is still in the lair. It's a tavern now, called the Drunk Sphinx. This is a strange area you've built for yourselves. I cannot say I dislike it. In that case, I highly recommend you speak with Olzis. Unless you've made a fool of yourself before her, she might be inclined to help getting you into the gate crack. I don't remember if I did or not. Just flashback to when you spoke with Olzis last. Oh, Jor. I'm sure with Mervish it will be fine. And if not, then maybe there is some other dark and oppressive magical creature you can persuade. I'm sure it'll be fine. Grand. Can you teach me magic? Oh, teaching? That is not my specialty. If you have any questions, I can always share my knowledge, but beyond that, I'm afraid I can only offer some spell scrolls. Yeah, what does Ebb mean? His eyes dart around? You want a definition? I've heard the word a lot, but I don't think I completely understand it. His eyes jitter a bit. Ebb is defined as an effect of anti-magic. Oh. It's when the flow of magic is ebbed, lowered, ceased. It is a word I do not like for many reasons. For one, it was a tool used by our enemies in the Gate War. To sink Jor's realm, they wished to quell his strings. Then, of course, it was the dragon Esoteric. His betrayal began by casting of a horrid and terribly effective spell, our word Ebb. What does it do? Power Word Ebb puts a clamp on Jor's strings, a large area, I believe up to 1,000 feet, becomes void of high-tier magic, and low-tier magic becomes unstable. Yet it is no simple anti-magic field. It is not an area of suppression of magic. It is the literal editing of the strings themselves. It cuts off flow to the strings, flow from the past and future, a ripple of non-magic through time. I will be honest, I have no clue what the exact parameters of casting such a spell would be, nor what the long-term effects are. But it does sound to me like your era has been affected by some terrible ebbings, for your strings seem to me as if they are indeed clamped and clutched, as if struggling to breathe. Do you think an ebb caused the weakening of the Arcanist at the You're saying someone has cast a bunch of ebb spells. That is a lot of questions. I'll say possibly, not really. And yes, through time. This is, of course, only a theory of mine when it comes to esoteric effects, pockets, events, and so on. That makes an esoteric ebb so powerful. But what makes an esoteric ebb so powerful is the sheer time frame of it. Consequences can be unfelt for centuries. That is what makes Jor's esoteric magic so powerful and so dangerous. No sane being can calculate beyond the third dimension, nor at least beyond some abstract, impractical sense. We are not made for it. But that doesn't stop me from researching it, or at least until Esuth. Now he's getting sad again. Okay. What do you know about Jor's strings? He holds up out a hand and casts Prestidigitation. When Jor crafted the coast, he did not make it from scratch. Dazzling lights spawn out of his palm, forming a collection of gleaming lights. He based his design on others, the landscape, the water, the wind, the biome, as well as the magic. In most other realms, from what your history teaches us, ley lines, as in the thing we channel magic from, is usually formed as a web, a network, a weaving, series of nodes connected. This design was fundamental and solid. It connected so many material realms to the outer ones. As in, they were not just one, the solid world of mortals on one side, the worlds with all the angels and demons and non-mortals on the other, a magic web interconnecting them. Most Anticipalians will tell you the same thing. The world of mortals and non-mortals were separated beyond. Right. Before the gates closed, we were separated. He nods. Jor did something different. He created the strings. Instead of having a series of nodes with connections between them, his ley lines were simply just nodes. They contain a sort of esoteric vector, intensity, delta, rush, tone, some call it colors, various difficult to parse parameters. Instead of being interconnected, they simply bump into one another, physically. That is how they interact, to put it in a simple metaphor. However, Jor did something ingenious here. He took the design of those interconnected webs and repurposed them, not to connect to one another, but to connect with themselves, over time itself, connected from the past through the present to the future, a straight line, a chord, a string. String theory. Remember, he's reading your mind. Every option you think of will be presented to him all at once. I better read these then. What differences does it make in comparison to that web design? Why did Jor take the strings and make the strings in such a way? Do you think the Arcanist grew so powerful due to figuring out Jor's secrets? Is there a magic capable of flowing backwards through time? All right. Wait. Is there a magic capable of flowing backwards through time? Uh-oh. Okay. That's a lot to take in all at once. This mind reading makes conversation highly efficient. I'll take your questions one by one, if that's okay. Starting off, compared to the original web design, which I sadly have not been able to investigate myself, I am basing all of my findings off data retrieved from my forebears. There seems to be almost no real difference on the surface level. Channeling magic from a practical arts works fundamentally the same, drawing powers from the network, using verbal, somatic, and components to steer this power in a certain direction. However, this change, making the network into strings, changes how that magic flows. Instead of being focused on that one point in time, it is constantly connected to the past and present. Part of that power is leaked in each direction. Now, this does happen in some degree in a normal web-based node system as well. That's how divination magic works. But instead of it happening in a natural way, just like we remember where we were a second ago, so does magic. Just like we can extrapolate on current information in order to reach conclusions about the future, so does magic. The strings, instead, are directly connected. It would be as if we constantly saw ourselves in the past alongside our present, with glimpses of the future, like a constant, permanent form of divination magic. It's quite difficult to imagine. To answer your second question, I do not know why Jor made the strings this way. There are theories. He could have done it to perform some type of chronomancy. Perhaps it was simply an experiment. My personal belief is simply that Jor found it efficient. By leaking esoteric energies to the past and future, it would make sense that we are able to build a much more potent acceleration in our spells. How this works in practice, none can tell, not since the gates closed. As to your third question, yes, it sounds as if your Arcanist did uncover many of the same mysteries we worked on. However, it does sound as if Jor abandoned them in a way not too dissimilar to our own. Finally, your fourth question. Chronomancy is a topic many wizards dream of as they study. I must disappoint you. There are no ways beyond divination, those little peeks behind the curtain, to tamper with time. Oh, thank God. As the strings move forward, Jor watches us go along them. That is one of the messages we we received from him all those years ago. He is watching. This is our one chance to make our choices, so make them well. Okay. How do I learn high tier magic? Time and effort, cleric. I remember when we caught a batch of students about to rush out into the wild to burn some fey creatures with fireballs when they said they needed the experience. The wisdom of Jor teaches us otherwise. Repeated exercise does build muscle memory, yes. However, true experience is brought from novelty. Be interesting. Your future and high-tier magic will be born from that. That was very informative. No problem. I'm no lecturer, so apologies if I'm ranting too much. There's a lot of information here. Let's see. Do you have any questions about all the stuff you missed? A couple of thousand of them, yes. I will also, of course, dive into whatever libraries you have available for your first You do still have libraries, I hope. Let's see. We have the Darwin just south of here. I can get you access if I put in an application. I've seen books all over the place. You always just go around and ask to check them out. Yes. Oh, Grant, please do. Okay. Is that your local government, Darrow? No. I see. Also, I need to ask, what is this south? South? Yes. South. Ah. This must be some common knowledge. Please elaborate. It's a direction, downwards on the map. Interesting. Do you use inwards and outwards? With and against? The scholarly version is seaward and inland. Which one's forward in your case? With is when you move along the coast with the movement of the sun. Against is against the sun's movement. Ah, we use west for with then, and east for against. I see. Do you know the etymological origin of those words? I find your use of them quite fascinating, especially the fact my tongue's spell does not localize them. Of course you do. The cardinal directions are based on some early human tongue way before we arrived in this world. We simply applied our old world's term on Jor's realm. Realistically, they all have something to do with the sun, just like yours do. Interesting. That you base your directions on a map is very different from our way of navigation. Later, I will very much love to pore over some findings and documents, especially these maps. I've seen books all... Okay, interesting. So you people are very open-minded then. Sometimes. That pale man looks like an interesting spellcaster. We will see how they react. Is your people anti-snail? I suppose they haven't been given the chance to be anti-snail. I don't think anyone will actively hate the idea of snail folk. Looking forward to navigating your society. Timeline. I can see images of your current world in your mind, or a city called Norvik. You live upon the ruins of my people's creations. Very interesting. But I am interested in how you got there. You appear to be human, yes? I remember the dragons of the East bringing your people to the coast as servants. Slaves, rather. When did you break your chains? During the Fade Era, humans broke free alongside many others as the big ones fell. Doug, Dool, and Dim led the charge against the dragons. I see. I am both relieved and extremely happy to hear of their demise. You're welcome. But I must ask, whatever happened to the Asuth? His downfall... Whatever happened to Asuth? His downfall must have been at the hands of some great warrior. Oh, I know that one. It's a children's story. Oh? The little and the large. Think about the tale. A gnome befriended the Mist Titan of Ascani and together they defeated the Great Red Dragon. Oh, right, that tale. Epicus, Halfwit, and Ka Imor. You're kidding. By George, that is very good. Very, very good. An ironic end for such a horrid beast. Defeated by friendship, he lets out a bubbling laugh. May his bones be cursed forever. Humans of Oldumna broke free and built kingdoms. Snail reacts retracts his eyes and goes quiet for a while to listen to your thoughts. Do go on. Fade era after the gate era lasted about 1,000 years. The divine era then lasted a bit less than 400 years. Then the arcane era began. It lasted. You're at the start of a new era then. What do you call it? Post-war era. Oh, the arcane era brought with it the most foul war then. I can only imagine. Myself, I too was born in a time after war, the Gate War. But my father saw the end of it in his youth. I will make sure to read more about it. But what caused this Great War? Oh, let's see. I think it was. An imp. He assassinated an elven priestess and set the whole thing in motion. Humans, we became great wizards, arcanists, and destroyed each other, as well as almost the entire place. Yes, I can see that. I can similarly not in any way tell you the real reason behind the Gate War. But since it's closer in the timeline, if I may ask, how did your Coast War end? Oh. Let's see. Arcanists were simply too powerful. The game was rigged against them and thus they lost. The Arcanists destroyed each other and ruined large portions of their band in the process. Fascinating. It's understandable that there is no clear answer to such a complex conflict. As per usual, the victor will write the notes on history, however, so I will be sure to read with critical stock. And your people then, they fled the Arcanists during the war. I seem to get that impression from the images I keep seeing. I hope you can't see me naked. This now does have a lot to say. He's a living entity of history. I mean, I would be asking him all kinds of questions. Be like, oh God, what would it would be like if Aristotle suddenly appeared before you, right? Be like, or Da Vinci, maybe. Leonardo da Vinci suddenly showed up in front of you. I would have some questions. I hope he can't see me naked. Try your best not to imagine yourself naked. What exactly can you see? Voices, images, nothing too personal so far. Thank Jor. Some esoterically attuned people cannot help themselves. It's honestly quite dangerous at times. My old rival used to run into my laboratory and think very loud and grimy things, the most heinous scenarios you could imagine. What an asshole. You're quite afraid fellow, aren't you? Yes, I am. His eye stalks glare at you in silence. Case in point. Alright. Back to here. So you're a wizard. I am a learned Tulin of the Path of Jor. String master, string player, chord puller extraordinaire. I might have missed a few eras, but I assure you, we had reality warping powers in our times. By Jor, I sure sound like an old timer. I heard that. Sorry. No worries, it's true. As I talk to React. What spell levels can you cast? 9th by regular limits. I would love if Da Vinci showed up, or any artist of any kind that had a lot of things read into their work. Just to have him be like, there is nothing under the Last Supper. Get over it. Yeah. Or whatever equivalent phrase, maybe about someone reading so much into the art. I would love it if or no, is that, I wonder if that is confirmed. About Michelangelo and the Sistine Chapel. And the way he designed the ceiling to look like a brain. As a fuck you to the church. Essentially saying God and divinity are within our brains or something like that. Or in our heads. Just to have one artist be like, nah, I just had too many gummies that day. Yeah. Just confirmation. Yeah. Let's see. I had the ability to wield a 10th level spell at one point, although it was, of course, a weak 10th level spell. I called it Isk-Urum's Epic Traversal. Basically targeted a road up to 100 miles of it, repairing any cracks, making the journey smooth and wonderful, and generally increasing your movement speed by up to double. Useful, not more than that. Not exactly epic. Useful, yes. As you could imagine, we kept to more grounded magics for anything above 9th. The actual world-changing spells would simply get you popped out of existence. Popped out of existence? Yes, I named it Esoteric Events. They apparently began during the Gate War, but grew worse during my lifetime. Irresponsible usage of magic could easily cause them to appear. Some called it wild magic. Some called it Jor's Curse. Your name stuck. We still call it that. Oh, do you now? I suppose the tongue's spell translated it properly then. Can you teach me your 10th level spell? No. I'm afraid those epic tier spells are not the stuff you can share. At least I do not know how. What 9th can you cast? Nothing currently. When I was cast into stasis, Gurima made sure to place an ebbing seal on me. That is a curse, essentially. Makes me unable to cast anything above, in this case, 3rd level spells. So currently, I'm not so powerful at all, but do not fret. It will fade in time. Hopefully, as the ley line grows stronger all around, this... Okay. Do you have any spell scrolls I could have? Oh, only a dozen or so. They're deep in my shell. Any you're interested in, I can dig in and get one for you. He retracts one of his arms into his shell. Ew. Okay. What should we ask for? Didn't he say we would need astral projection? Wasn't that one of the things he mentioned? Charm person. Protection from evil and good. Inflict wounds would let us fight with our magic, at least. We don't really have an offensive spell. But I don't know if that really comes up. We seem to find other ways to deal with shit. Astral projection? You have particular tastes. That is not a spell you are even able to cast, not without great unreliability. So is that a no? Of course not. Enjoy. Oh, nice. He hands you a tingling paper with a casual nod, the intense power rushing through your arm as you grab it. Tear a hole into you. Grasp it with your life. Considering the state of the world, it would not have the intended effect even if you did know how to cast it, so it's useless to me anyhow. But I suggest studying it. Okay. Protection from good and evil? It is indeed. Sadly, I do not have many divine spell scrolls, so that is a no, I'm afraid. Inflict wounds? Oh yes. Dangerous one. Nice. Charm person. Sure. Huh. Aura vitality? That's an oldie. I never... Oh my god. We're just getting all kinds of good stuff. Anything else? Someone stares at you for a few seconds. No, you seem to have thought of all I am able to handle. Except what? He shrugs while slowly retracting his entire head slowly. Just watch. Soon the snail is no more, and you are standing in front of a shell. That's convenient. Then as slowly as he retracted, he begins to leave the shell. I went over the esoteric attunements from your mind, cleric. It appears the only spell scroll you do not actively think about... Wait. It appears the only spell scroll you do not actively think about here, that you also do not already have memorized, would be this. He hands you... Scroll of Wish? Oh my god. Whoa! By Jor and his disciples, what are you holding in your hand? Wish? I'm sorry, what? Isk Urim. That is a very dangerous item. That's not like the wish, is it? That is wish. However, you cannot memorize it at your current level of attunement. Attempting to cast it directly would also take, even at your level of talent, weeks, maybe months. And even if I did cast it... Wish is one of the few non-epic tier spells that can wildly shape reality. It is arguably the most powerful and versatile of all 9th level spells. It is so powerful, in fact, that it can easily cripple anyone who does manage to cast it. The only truly safe usage of Wish is to use its power to ask for the casting of another spell, 8th level or lower. You could also ask for a weaker effect, which has been proven to be safer at times, but if you word your wish poorly, and the effect is broader than you intended, then you are, as they say, screwed. Oh, wow. That sounds awesome. The snailman lets out a burbling sigh. I received that spell scroll from a djinn I fought alongside during the war. It was a reminder to stay humble. For those who use it for personal gain, use it as a shortcut to greatness, always end up in ashes. I did not always listen to such ideals, but when it comes to that spell, I have respect for it. One of my teachers, the great Ritz Ios, used its power to shatter the hearts and souls of 100 ice devils. In the process, her entire being turned into a permanent esoteric pocket. I'm giving this spell scroll not to use, cleric, but as a reminder of your mortality. I thank you. Okay. He makes a peculiar mouth movement. A grin. I like your fire. It burns bright. Anything else? I'm good. Someone nods. Okay. What will you do now? I will build a base, a laboratory somewhere in the city of yours, built upon the ruins. Any tips on who I should talk to? Oh. Biskin? Ooh, should I send him to... Ooh, probably Lady Sageleaf. I don't think I want to send him to Darrow or Viskin. We could also try to think of someone else. I don't know who else that would be, though. Let's go with Lady Sageleaf. Damn right. Oh, yes, I see. Yes, this will help a lot. Thank you. Oh, she's a dragon, though. Oh, right, she's a dragon. Balls. Hopefully it'll be okay. Once I've established a foothold in this new era, I will return to my research, figure out how the strings have changed over the millennia, relearn my mastery of chords, collect the resources needed. Then, of course, he looks upward. I will bring her fragments to this material world. I will return her to flesh, bring life into her once again. My dear sweet Tut Umra will be given her life once more. Thus, then, if she will have me, I will build a life for us here. A life of peace. True, fair peace. Good luck. Okay. All right, Isk. Wow. What an incredible little side adventure that was. So we have Scroll of Wish, Scroll of Astral Projection, high-level spells, and we have the Staff of Strings when we deal with I guess I might as well use it. Wait. Okay. Wow. Well, that is where we'll stop for the night. Thank you all so very much for coming and hanging out. No, not load. Save. Overwrite. Yes. Come to my house, Mr. Snail. There you go. Let's see. We'll pick this back up on Thursday. See if we're able to save our city. Excuse me. So, ya-da-da-da. 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 All right, we're gonna go say hi to Legit. Looks like they are playing The Isle. We'll go say hello. All right, we'll see you folks on Thursday. Take care, everyone, and have a good night.